Hello! I'm back! I have no idea if this is going to be the last regular Umineko Thursday or not. I honestly have no idea how much is ahead of me. So, we're just gonna see where the game takes us. Alright. So... we were on Tsubasa, and we have all of these to get through. We cannot go look at the one... I mean, we can unlock it with plus, but I think it would be funnier if we just unlock this one, because it's the one Cece really wanted me to see, and I think it's hilarious that it's the only one that's locked. So let's see, we did 1, 2, 3 of 20 so far. So let's start with Game Master Battler. With the end of episode 5, Battler has achieved the rank of a Game Master. However, being a Game Master isn't as easy as he expected. Oh yeah, I wanted more about this kind of thing. Hey, hello, hello. Snapping. Oh, these, right. These are JPEGs, so they couldn't be translated with the engine. That's funny. Game Master Battler! After episode 5, Battler has finally become the Game Master. In a way, it wouldn't be odd to consider Battler, who now has a commanding view of the game board and can freely spin the story, a godlike existence. However, unlike the usual gods, being a game master isn't quite so easy. After all, he himself must decide and create everything. It isn't an occupation where he can just leisurely smile down on the world from above the clouds. The stage of Beato's game board is a small island entangled in complicated rules, including the time limit of merely 2 days. Yeah, well, you see, I got a very special version of the game that has the most complete version possible, including all of this various content that has been released outside the official release. You could think of it as DLC. However, it comes with the game. And one of the reasons I decided to go with this in the first place is I figured a lot of people aren't playing this, especially in English, and especially their first time through. And some people who are fans of the game may have never even seen these, or if they have, they haven't seen them in like English visual novel format. They probably like read them on a web page somewhere. And I thought I from the beginning, like a year and a half ago, I was like, I wanna give that to people. I don't even know what it's gonna be like when I get there because I've never played the game, but I wanna be able to provide that for people. So yeah. The stage of Beato's game board is a small island, entangled in complicated rules, including time limit of merely 2 days. It's not so easy to create a story with that. At first, Battler... Oh, yeah, and also they didn't really... The translators for the patch didn't really, give these side stories as many once-overs. Twice-overs. 3 times overs. At first, Battler acted in a laid-back manner and believed that he could mold the story in any way he wants, but soon understood that this way of thinking was very naive. Damn. His face. This isn't easy. Oh, you see? People who don't know the truth think you can slap together a story however you want, but actually doing it is a real feat. Putting together an entire episode while keeping track of every single rule is actually incredibly difficult. Lambda Delta, the game master of episode 5, swaggered around in delight that someone finally understood her hardships. I think this probably got released around episode 6. So, this is kind of like a behind-the-scenes side story from around episode 6. Swaggered around in delight that someone finally understood her hardships. Well, I mean, that's Lambda Delta's girlfriend. You might not have escaped yet. We'll see. Swaggered around in delight that someone finally understood her hardships. There's too many characters. Trying to give them all some kind of role while still moving the story forward is pretty tough. As if I'm a director or a producer or something. Well, you've got to partition the screen time. After all, by now we've got more characters than a single school class. If you try to give everyone a big role, it'll just turn into a huge mess. Just the sheer number of characters made writing the story difficult. Since this is the story of Battler and Beato, we barely need any other characters. 1 or 2 more would be fine, but... Perhaps you're right, but what exactly do I do? We've got dozens of characters, you know? Wow, you are a moron! Damn, got him. Try using your head a little like Lambda Delta Chan-sama here. Use your head! Ow! I didn't ask you to punch me in the head, stupid! Just shut up! Bonk. My head already hurts from just thinking. Stop making so much noise! Or else episode 6 would never start at all. Or if you know a good strategy, tell me about it. Hands are rated E for everyone, exactly. Jeez, I can't argue with the game master. But I have nothing to tell you. You're supposed to already know the answer. Huh? Hey, wait! Don't just disappear! Damn, she's really gone. Though she was the previous game master, I should have been kinder and asked for some tricks and tips instead. Well, no point in regretting it now that she's gone. I'll start building the scenario from scratch again. Knock knock. Who is it this time?
はいよ、空いてるぜ。
Come in, it's open.
モナカも羊羹もいらねえから、シナリオのネタを持ってきてくれ。
I don't want beam jam or anything, so bring me a plot summary instead.
マドラ様。
Ryukishi, like, I technically only need Battler and Beto, and yet I'm gonna add more every episode. Battler-sama.
お忙しいところ失礼いたします。
We apologize for distracting you when you were this busy.
おお、源氏さんか。
Oh, it's Genji.
と思ったら、熊沢のばあちゃんに、郷田さんに南條先生まで。
And as I thought, you brought Kumasawa, Goda, and Nanjo with you. Goda, too?
使用人大人勢一同って感じだな。
All the adult servants are here.
バトラ様、ご無沙汰しております。
Long time no see, Battler-sama. Goda!
ゴーダでございます。
Goda is at your service.
次のシナリオのネタをお探しでしたら好都合でございます。
Thinking of your new scenario, how convenient.
なら、私たちはバトラさんの力になれると思います。
In that case, we could help you, Battler. I don't know, when the fuck's the last time I read a Nanjo line?
本当に幸いだった。
You're quite fortunate.
なんだか知らないが、ネタやアイディアなら大歓迎だぜ。
I don't really get it, but if you got any ideas to share, I'll gladly listen.
何それ？重箱？
Oh, hey, what are those boxes?
中身は？
What's in them?
頭をお使いだと糖分が欲しくなる。
When one is deep in thought, they often start to crave sugar.
ゴーダがバトラ様への差し入れにと腕を振るいました。
Goda made use of his skills to provide you with refreshments, Battler-sama. Maybe this is why Dan likes sweets. He just thinks too much.
バトラ様は洋菓子はお嫌いだったでしょうか。
I hope you don't dislike sweets, Battler-sama. Especially if they come from you, Goda.
そうでしたらこのゴーダ、とんだご無礼を。
If that is the case, then I, Goda, sincerely apologize for...
とんでもないとんでもない。
Of course not, of course not.
バトラ様は羊羹からプリン、杏仁豆腐まで何でもお好きでいらっしゃいますものね。
From pudding to almond jelly to anything else, Battler-sama just loves sweets.
だいぶ苦労されていると聞きました。
Hey! Button! Good morning, evening! Well, you're in for a treat because, I'm playing the extra content from Saku all stream! So if you haven't seen any of this, stuff before or never in English visual novel format, do I have a treat for you? Oh, you're ordering? Pizza, so I can have some. I'm biased, but, I know I'm not chat, but if you want to put my suggestion into the running. We heard you were having quite a bit of trouble.
この辺で一服も良いかと思いまして。
We thought this might be a good opportunity for you to take a short break.
医学を紐解くまでもなく、集中力を維持するためにも休憩は大事ですぞ。
The most important thing for maintaining your ability to concentrate is rest.
それでは配膳を失礼させていただきます。
What the heck, man? Now! Uh-huh. Then if you will allow me, I will set the table. Just what you'd expect from the adult servants. They tidied up the desk nimbly, took out various colorful desserts from the stack of 3 boxes, and in the blink of an eye, brightened up the dim study by laying out a smorgasbord of desserts. Oh, hell yeah!
さあさあ召し上がれ。
Come, come, eat up!
この老いぼれでよろしければあんでもい たしましょうか。
If you can settle for this decrepit old lady, perhaps I could spoon feed you as well? My, Kumasawa. It's rare for people to play this game. Yeah, that's why, that's part of why I wanted to stream it in the first place. I wanted to, you know, give the fans something they might not often see on stream. Sorry, but I'm just gonna eat myself. You're gonna eat yourself? Let's eat. Oh, you even made tea. How thoughtful of you.
どうぞバトラ様。
Take whatever you like, Battler-sama.
私は長く親方様とベアトリーチェ様にお仕えしておりました。
I have served my lord and lady Beatrice for a long time.
ですからゲーム版の物語を紡ぐのがどれほど大変なのか。
I know how difficult it is to create a story for a game board.
バトラさんがゲームマスターに就任されてからお祝いもしておりませんでしたからな。
No one had yet congratulated you on your promotion to Game Master, Battler. At least somebody out here is thinking of him.
年寄りたちのおやつ持参の表敬訪問とでも思ってください。
Please think of this as a gift and courtesy visit from us old people. That's very sweet.
そんな年寄りなんて。
Oh, don't go calling yourselves old.
俺は人生の先輩方をないがしろになんてできねえぜ。
I'd never slight my seniors in life.
さあ
Aww.
食べよう食べよ
Come on, let's eat.
う。ゴーダさんも
What a
そんな
polite
かしこまらなくていいから
young
一緒に食べようぜ。
Goda, come join in too. Let's all eat together.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Goda!
それでは私も失礼して。
Then if you'll allow me.
約束約束。
Oh, what a blessing. What a blessing.
ああ、おいしい。
It's delicious.
ほっぺが落ちちゃいそう。
My cheeks are falling off. They wrote this side story for me, actually. Like they said, a rest might be exactly what I need. I'm not coming up with any new ideas, and my concentration is just getting worse. It's not like I'll get anywhere just sitting in front of the desk with my arms folded. While thanking his seniors in life for their concern, Battler forgot about the heavy responsibility of the Game Master for a bit, and improved his mood by leisurely chatting and enjoying himself. Yay! This is so nice!
ところでバトラー様、
By the way, Battler-sama,
エピソード6の準備はいかがですか？
how is episode 6 coming along?
それがさっぱりでな。
Honestly, I'm completely lost on that.
さっきラムダデルタにもぼやいたんだが、このゲームは登場人物が多すぎる。
This story has way too many characters.
そいつら全員にちゃんとした出番や見せ場をあげたいと思ってるんだが、
I want to give everyone some time to shine, but
それを一本のシナリオにまとめるのが難しくて。
it's way too hard to fit all that into scenario for just one episode.
あれ
Huh?
そういえばさっき、シナリオのネタを探してるなら好都合と言わなかったっけ？
Wait a moment. Didn't you guys say it's convenient that I'm still coming up with the plot?
ええ、それでなのですが、その
Yes, about that. Well, Goda and Kumasawa, despite their age, laughed shyly. When Battler stared at them blankly, wondering what was up, Genji spoke with dignity.
バトラ様は今回の人気投票の結果は
Battler-sama,
になりました。
have you seen the results of the latest popularity poll?
あ
Huh?
あ、有志主催
This is
人気投票だ
funny.
ろ？
Oh, the one from our sponsors?
俺が人気第1位で。いや、
I took first place in that. Awkward. Usually girls end up taking first place. It's really rare for a man to take first place. Oh well, I guess that was the case from Keiichi from Higurashi too. Well, one of these days I'll play Higurashi on endless visual novel Thursdays.
この中で一番奮闘しましたゴーダが22。
The one who fared best among the servants was Goda, who came 22nd. Let's fucking go! Yeah!
南條先生は48。
Dr. Nanjo took 48th. Respectable, respectable. I know, only 22nd, but the fact that he was the highest, I'm still proud of him.
熊沢は53位でございました。
And Kumasawa was stuck in 53rd. No! Justice for Kumasawa!
まあ、老いぼれには妥当な順位でしょうね。
Sounds about right for an old lady like myself.
源氏さんは何位だったんだ？
What of Genji? Yeah, that's what I want to know.
41位です。
41st. So, way above Nanjo and Kumasawa. Oh, not bad, Genji.
まあ若い世代の方にはなかなか太刀打ちは難しいですな。
We can hardly compete with the younger generation. What place was Runaway? What place was Runaway?
みんな一番最初のエピソードからひどい役を文句一つ言わずにこなしてるってのにちょっと辛いけど。
They wrote this side story for me. From the first episode, you guys have all been stuck in horrible roles and took them on without complaining even once. It's kind of sad you're ranked that low.
あのクソムカつくエリカなんてろくなことしてねえのに6位だぜ。
Especially when that annoying bitch Erica managed to get 6th place without doing anything halfway decent, you know? They also wrote this for Dan. Dan, they also wrote this side story for you. I don't know where he went.
人気投票ですからね。
Well, it's a popularity poll.
麗しい女性方にはなかなか
There we
太刀
go.
打ちはできない
There we
のは
go.
承知しておりますが
Unfortunately, she's like the most memed character in the game aside from Battler and Beatrice. Like, I'd say fairly objectively the third most memed character. And fourth is probably Delanne or Maria. Well, it's a popularity poll. Of course, everyone is voting for the beautiful young ladies. Wearing bitter smiles, everyone deflated a little. The fun time we had been having eating desserts and drinking tea seemed to wither away and end quietly. I want to cheer everyone up somehow.
あ、
They got the doorbell? You got a doorbell installed in Kinzo's study? Wait.
俺は何をボケてるんだよ。
Wow, I'm an idiot.
ゲームマスターは
Yes, we
俺じゃね
know.
えか。
Am I the game master or what?
なら
Alright then.
みんなが人気アップできるように出番や見せ場を増やせばいいってことじゃねえか。
To boost your popularity, I can just give you guys some more screen time. Yes, let's go! Everyone perked up and broke into a smile. Even Genji? I get it. This is precisely what they came here for. In Umineko, where the younger generation stands out more, the adults don't usually get huge roles. Especially the older servants who are often killed on the first twilight. And, well, even when they do survive, all the good parts are usually snatched away by me and Beato, so they never really get their chance to shine.
いや、本当にうっかりしてたぜ。
Jeez, how careless of me.
人気投票の結果に同情するなら、俺が少し加減すりゃよかったんだ。
If I sympathize with you about the popularity poll results, I should try and do something about it.
人気は出番と見せ場に比例するわけだからな。
Popularity is proportional to the amount of time you get to shine.
ああ、そんなことにも気づかなくて申し訳ない。
Sorry for not realizing that sooner.
ベアテやラムダデルタのシナリオではみんなも随分不遇だったようだが、今やマスターは俺に政権交代。
Oh, I'm so sorry. Poor Jelly. I really hope she adjusts to all the stuff she's on and her tummy feels better. But yeah, that's kind of how it. That's good though. All right. I hope Jelly will get through it well. I'm wishing you guys luck. I had to clean up a lot after an old cat I had with kidney failure, so I've been there. Oh man. Yes, this is the one. This is the one. You're here just in time. I was thinking, oh my god, I wish Rowan was here because it's all about Goda. He was being really adorable too. He made sweets for Battler. See, look.
バトラ様は洋菓子はお嫌いだったでしょうか。
Real. And this
そうでしたらこの
and now
とんだご無礼を。
and now Battler is trying to boost Goda and the old servants and Nanjo's popularity poll rankings, trying to boost them up. It seems you guys were really unfortunate in Beato's and Lambda's scenarios, but now I'm Game Master. I know. Based Battler, for real. You can count on
み
me.
んなの人気がドーンと上がるように、俺が出番や見せ場をいっぱい増やしてやるぜ。
To make your popularity go up, I'll make sure to give you guys tons of scenes. Yay! Well, that was easier said than done. What kind of scenes can I even give them? In this world of witches and reasoning, where can I fit them in?
じゃあ逆に質問だ。
How about I just ask?
どんな見せ場が欲しい？
Hey guys, what kind of a role do you all want?
美味しいデザートのお礼だ。どんと俺が叶えてやるぜ。
As thanks for these delicious desserts, I'll give you any role you ask for.
でしたら
Then,
ぜひとも私は厨房で大活躍ということで。
allow me to do something amazing in the kitchen.
そりゃもちろんだぜ。
Well, of course.
でも料理だけの活躍じゃ事件後に見せ場がないぜ。
But if you do nothing but cook, you'll fade away into the background as soon as the murders start.
いえいえお任せを。
No, you don't understand.
何しろ私はパティシエ界のアクションスター。
If it's in the action, I can't lose. He just said he's a kitchen action star.
厨房でなら負けないと台所用品で大バトルとかいかがでしょう。
What if I were to take part in a huge battle wielding kitchen supplies? Goda versus Sanji One Piece Battle of the Ages. I want to see it.
直
The
前のシー
crossover.
ンまではへたれていて、
He will appear completely cornered in the kitchen.
厨房に追い詰められ、料理道具をけなされて怒りの力で覚醒逆転。
Nanjo versus Chopper. Oh, yes. If you could write any scene, any scenario. Me? With any character? George finding out about Sayo origins? Now that... I've always wondered if he would, actually back up all the stuff he said about, like, dedicating himself to their future together, or if he would just cower out like a little bitch. They never answer that question, but I've always wondered. You would unwrite Erika. Oh no! Oh no! Rowan and Dan are on equal stream streaks. This might get... Oh no. Same Dan. Damn! Scenario where I hit Erika with a giant cartoon hammer. Bonk. if I could write something, well, kind of about the things that they're talking about, I want, I guess, something with Ronove, like, maybe something more casual with the servants where they're not just servants. Maybe an off-the-clock kind of thing, I think would be fun, including with, like, the magical ones. Go to a beach vacation. Yes! Exactly. Hi, Mirinda. Well, I feel like I have had help, you know. I'm really proud that I guessed that there was, like, military explosives that blew up the mansion before the answer arcs, so I feel proud about myself for that one. But, I think I got, although I'm pretty sure I got all of the murders wrong. But, the best murder answers I got is when, like, Battler takes a second crack at them and comes up with, like, a plausible theory. But it's not, like, the real one. Those are, like, the ones I came up with. I mean, that's a very broad question, Mirinda. Did you think, like, what kind of things did I figure out? Like, what, the answers to what questions, I guess. My speculation on episode 1 was really good. Replace Rosa with Natsuhi and you basically had episode 5. Oh! Well, thank you! I mean, even if it wasn't, quote-unquote, the intended truth, I really appreciate that. I was really trying. See, now I'm trying to think of, like, what have I figured out? But then it's, like, such a complicated answer. Like, because a lot of stuff I definitely had help from you guys. Even if people were trying not to, yeah, well, there is a hashtag blame Shannon. There's a lot to talk about, and specific questions could be spoilers. For example, what is the nature of Lambda Delta and Burn Castle? Put another way, what does it mean to be a witch of miracles and a witch of certainty? You know, I was thinking about that when you asked the question, and that's something that I'm still a bit stumped on. Maybe stumped isn't the right word, but it's like, I don't think my brain has gotten to that level of it. Because it's kind of really easy to look at Burn Castle and Lambda Delta with episode 8 as in, like, I've been waiting all this time for them to, you know, have a role, but, and to know, like, what they're doing, like, or no, that's not the right, I need to think, like, you see Lambda Delta and Burn Castle from really early on, and you wait for them to have a big moment, right? For, like, the entire game. And they do have climactic moments in episode 8, but then I also found myself wondering, like, what was it for? And you could have the same story without them. aside from, like, connecting back to Higurashi. I don't know if you could have the same story without feathering, but I don't really know if, like, I feel like you could pretty much have the same story without Lambda Delta and Burn Castle, so it makes me wonder why, like, what the aim was there, right? So, hi CC! So I'm not... I know there's gotta be something there, but I never quite... Huh?
The aim was Ryukishi thought, I haven't added a new character in a while.
But Burn Castle and Lambda Delta were like in episode 2.
Yes.
Or episode 1 Tea Party.
Yes.
Yes, it's time for everyone to appreciate Goto. What's the point of feathering? Well, I guess it's like feathering is presented as the person who wrote the other or several of the other stories that weren't written by Sayo, right? The games, the scenarios. Like, to Anja's world, a lot of those were, you know, stories shared online. And it was Hachijo, the kind of human world equivalent of feathering, who wrote them. And then there's the whole spoiler at the end of episode 8 that feathering, or the pen name of Hachijo Toya is Battler and Hachijo Ikuko, like the girl who's feathering, right? It's actually two of them writing under one name, and the two of them collaborating on these, like, most of the game that we're reading. And so, if you wanted to really, like, it's necessary in the sense of, like, I think everybody would want to know, you know, that Battler survived whatever objectively happened. You could have that with any witches. Yeah, I mean, I guess feathering didn't have to exist, but she's got a real-world equivalent in Ikuko and Toya that I think are necessary. Okay, but let me go back in. I was like having a think, so let me go back in the backlog. There are a lot of things like that, but knowing there is a question is itself a spoiler. Ah. Bedward said, I definitely figured a lot of stuff out, and I think part of it is spacing it out like I did. Oh, like you didn't realize the Shannon Kanon thing until a streamer said it? Oh, looking back, you were like, wow, I missed a ton. Oh, well, that was funny because I think Dan and I figured that out at the same time practically, or we figured it out together. Like it was episode 6 and there was like, they were like, oh, but we've got George, we've got Jessica, and we've got to kill each other and figure out which one of us is going to end up. And I'm like, why not? You could just both go. What the fuck? It's like, you cannot? Huh? And then we both were like, oh my god, they're the same person. Another fun one is, why is that number written in red in episode 4? Why is it written in red? Ooh. Well, it's Battler and Beatrice's birthdays. But why is it written in red? Good question. Now that's a thinker. Why is it written in red? Why did Kanon go rescue Battler in episode 6? Oh. Kanon and Shannon were in different rooms. It could have been Shannon that would have gone get him, but... Did that one have to do with the rooms? But the rooms were like identical, right? That the two different sets of people were shut into? Alright, I'm assuming that's hydrate. Alright, yeah, I'm still on the backlog. Yeah, I'm gonna hydrate. Which is why you can still have spoilers redaction even after finishing the series. It is crazy. What themes are they embodying, I suppose? What's the point of feathering? The guts? Go to appreciation time. Everybody is redacted. A forger, yes. When you write that out, Beatrice Eva makes a whole lot more sense in a way I hadn't considered before. What the heck? All that redacted you spelled out. There's same way Byrne created Etika, she could have an older version of herself. I suppose. Well, I don't think Byrne could have done the same thing Feathering did, because Byrne didn't understand the truth about Beatrice. Like, you can only like without love it cannot be seen. You can't understand what's really going on if you emotionally distance yourself. Totally not. I mean, you can if you emotionally distance yourself if you don't understand the emotions at play, because you're dead inside like Burncastle is, and you hate joy and fun like Burncastle does. I don't think you can write those games, except the one that Burncastle did Game Master, obviously, but in terms of, I don't think it would make sense for specifically Burncastle to be a Feathering, but maybe Lambda Delta could, I don't know, but, the magic circles were also in red. That's also something that came up in my mind. It was like, the magic circles are also a truth. Funniest post-game revelation is that Genji makes the servants do their duties while he gets wasted on absinthe and Kinzo's studies. Really? Damn, you know what? He's been through a lot. He can. That's a rather Ronave thing of him to do. It's funny thinking about the stories with, like, the layer of fictional authorial intent and bias. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm trying to wrap my head around. Sayo writing Battler as a perv and Beato as a foot fetishist, and Toya Ikako dropping those character traits so fucking hard. They were like, that was weird as hell, honestly. And Toya, like, no. You think Byrne knew the truth? She could make something mechanically feasible? Yeah, but what about the feeling? But understanding, yeah. Byrne is an old head fan who doesn't understand gender. Alright, I will open the paste bin and save that for later so I don't spoil the chat if they don't want to see it. You weren't actually trying to highlight the red? You meant more specifically why the number was written on the wall there. Well, unfortunately, that was another one that Dan figured out, that it was Battler and Beatrice's birthdays. But then it's like, why did Shannon write it on the door? But that was the door in front of which George was dead, right? And that was like another couple. I guess that would be a question, is like, it could be the code. Oh, it was the code to the bank, right? So it was like, all right, I'm done. So Eva was working with Beatrice in episode 3, right? So maybe it's like, yeah, I know you're not gonna want anything to do with me anymore after I kill your son George, and you probably still want the bank number to get all my shit out of the bank. So here's the bank code, and it just happens to be Battler and Beatrice's birthdays because the sentiment. It doesn't just happen, it's like, that's what the code is the bank code. Anyway. Oh, Lambda's funny little side story. Oh, okay. Well, that is coming up. Without feeling love, it cannot be seen. What about the feeling? What about the feeling? We have identified Umineko's thesis, I believe. Yeah! Superficial answer, answering why it's there. It's not answering why it was written. Who wrote it there, and obviously why done it. Why it was written. Who wrote it there and why? It couldn't have been anybody but Shannon, right? She wrote it on the door. I guess it must have been after she killed George. What was Saya's motive in making Natsuhi such a wet cat? Well, she also does complain about Natsuhi as a hard-ass boss, right? Maybe it was a little retribution, that it's like, I'm gonna make you so pathetic as revenge. What were Toya and Ikuko's motive to write that rather than Eva or Sayo? Oh. On the game board, who wrote it and why? Why did the game master have the game piece write it and write that? And who is the game master? Right, so episode 3, they did say was written by Toya and Ikuko. I mean, it could make sense as like an internal, I mean, the thing I put before as it being there for Eva's sake as the bank code could help it make internal sense with the episode, right? Like if you're writing this thing out and you have a truth in mind, but you want it to be consistent, right? That Eva is working with Beatrice, or they stopped working together at one point, right? And then Beatrice decides to act on her own and kill George. And knowing that, the authors knowing that, you know, George was Eva's whole world, and that, he would be so, like, she would, you know, it would be on sight, right? For the murderer if they ever saw each other again. Sayo giving the code as a parting gift so that any business they have between them is done. And yeah, that's what I was saying, Marinda. It was like, it's revenge. But and then you see later when the bank is opened up that Beatrice did mean for a lot to go to the servants' relatives in the separate vaults, right? But so there's like that internal logic part of just like settling business between the two culprits. But there's also the bit where Toya and Ikuko wanted to signal that they knew the truth as closely as anybody had, right? And by the end it makes sense because, you know, Toya was there. But if they knew the day that Beatrice became Beatrice, they knew the day that that could also be signaling that they know the truth, right? So that could be another reason why they wrote the code into the story. But then it's also like, how would it be signaling that they know the truth? It would be signaling to anybody else who knew, right? But that would be very limited at that point. I mean, it might signal it to the relatives who got sent letters to whom, yeah. That's a good question. Maybe part of Toya was hoping that Sayo was still out there. Because that number is personal to the two of them. Or personal to Sayo. maybe the way that that Ange kind of didn't really change her name all that much. Like her name was a puzzle to those who wanted to. You want to hear your ideas. You're happy to share them, but spoilers. Oh, I'm curious. Yeah, feel free to make another paste bin. Maybe that's as far as I should go before so I can continue reading this. But hidden questions like that everywhere. Ooh. Okay. Go to time. If you feel like they wouldn't take away, I would be curious to see your theories. Feel free to paste spin also if you don't want to say them in the chat. But either way, I'm like, sure. You don't think it's that deep? Which part and what aspect? He will appear completely cornered in the kitchen, but once someone insults his cooking skills, the strength of rage will manifest and the tables will turn on the opponent.
若者向けっぽいですな。
Oh, this could be appealing to the younger generation as well.
決め台詞は台所でなら負けないぜ。ではいかがでしょう。
Let my catchphrase be, in the kitchen I am immortal!
ああ、悪くねえな。
What's the truth at hand? Dan. Yeah, that's not bad at all.
だからヤギども、コック坊のゴーダさんが合気道の技でバッタバッタ。
The chef Goda will use his Aikido techniques to blow away the swarm of
そ
goats.
こに熱いバトル曲がかかれば脳汁溢れっぱなしだぜ。
Then, if we make sure to play some pumped up battle music there, the scene's sure to stick in everyone's minds.
よし決まりだ。
Right, it's decided.
ゴーダさんには必ずかっこいいバトルシーンを用意するぜ。
I'll definitely make preparations for Goda-san's awesome battle scene.
おお
Oh, yeah, let's go Goda battle scene.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so very, very much. So the situation is that Toya and Ikuko have ideas about what happened on the island, but they don't actually know. They want to talk to Eva to confront her and learn the actual facts. However, how are they supposed to contact her? She is reclusive and rich and probably being contacted by tons of crackpots and grifters and has security in place not to be bothered. You know, I had that thought in that, like, maybe they could talk to Eva, but then I couldn't remember if she was still alive at the time that had been written. But now that you typed that out, I remembered, wait, Eva just died in 1998. So she would have been alive when episode 3 was written. So she definitely was. How can they contact her? An incredibly inflammatory story. Oh! Casting Eva as the murderer. Yeah! In a horrible way. That'll increase the chances she'll hear about it. Yeah! They include the code as a signal to Eva that they actually know information and they are worth contacting. Yeah. We learn that this new number has Battler's phone number. You mean his birthday? And there's so much, man, Beato really likes Battler for some reason to distract from the actual question of how are these murders happening apart from each other simultaneously. Oh yeah, they do go into, like, Battler's like, bro, that's my birthday. Why you got my birthday? That's true, that does happen right then. Why not both? Oh, thank you so very, very much.
熊沢のばあちゃんはどんな見せ場がいい？
What would you like, Kumasawa?
やはりあれか？
Perhaps.
いろいろな重要シーンをいつも扉の隙間からこっそり目撃してるパーフェクト使用人か？
You could be the perfect servant who's always stealthily witnessing the key scenes from a crack in the door.
私はやはり 年齢と経験を生かした役割が一番ぴったりかと。
A role that makes use of my age and experience like this is quite appropriate indeed.
豊富な人生経験から現場の違和感をいち早く察知し、事件解決の鍵を握る。
Because of my plentiful life experience, I immediately sense that something seems out of place at the crime scene and find the key to solving the mystery.
けれども、それを犯人に知られ、涙なくしては語れぬ抵抗の末、
If you want to spend time, there's lots of hidden details and questions and things you can piece together like that throughout the series from different perspectives. Once you realize, that these are things that are written by actual characters for certain agendas, you can start to think of things from different perspectives. And then it never ends, and then you could read this thing forever and be like, holy shit. There are obvious questions, but there are a lot of questions the narrative doesn't actually point out as existing. Oof, yeah. That's so cool. Because I immediately sense that something seems to be out of place at the crime scene and find the key to solving the mystery. However, the culprit discovers this, silences me in a heart-rending scene, and I leave behind a dying message.
犯人を追い詰める。
Oh, track down the culprit! Ta-da!
そりゃ渋いな。
That's quite dark,
いただきだ。
but that's alright.
熊沢さんはそういう役にしよう。
I'll give you that kind of role, Kumasawa.
殺される役ってのは見せ場も作りやすいからな。
It's pretty easy to make you stand out with a big dramatic death scene.
熊沢さんが倒れるシーンでは
I'll make it a real tearjerker.
曇らせてやるぜ。
Moving right along, Nanjo will be a super surgeon who's capable of saving people using nothing but a sewing set he happened to have on himself. This is just turning into a shonen anime, but I guess that is very battler. So Nanjo becomes Blackjack, okay. Besides, his robe is actually full of scalpels and lethal drugs, so he could even fight if he had to. Yeah, he's turning Nanjo into Blackjack. Genji will play a modest support role. He'll be making a cocktail or something in the guest house lounge, reminiscing about the old days. Actually, yeah, that would make me vote for Genji. He won't get a battle scene, but a really strong enemy character will say something like, Genji? That's impossible. You're supposed to be dead. And this will give us a glimpse of how awesome he was in the past.
よしよし。
Okay.
今回は使用人劣らせが大活躍。
This time, the adults will get better
大きな
roles.
人生経験と老快な知恵で千年の魔女たちを打ち破る。てな展開にしよう。
With your plentiful life experience and cunning wit, you'll be able to leave a scratch on the 1,000-year-old witch and her familiars.
ありがとうみんな。
Thanks, everyone.
方向性が決まればもう少しアイデアも出やすくなるってもんだぜ。
Now that I know what direction to take the story, I might start getting more ideas.
それはよかった。
Excellent.
私らもバトラさんのお役に立てたようです。
Pizza? You actually did listen to my suggestion and get pizza. Yay! Pizza! Excellent. We're glad we were able to help.
それでは
Yay, pizza! I gotta get myself a napkin for this pizza. Oh, heck yeah. Pepperoni. Ah, pizza break. Yeah, pizza! Well then, we should probably take our leave.
これ以上居座っては執筆のお邪魔でしょうか。
Sorry, this is Genji. Well then, we should probably take our leave. We wouldn't want to distract you.
ああ、気を使ってくれてありがとうな。
Hi, Rep. I'm eating pizza. Thank you very much for your concern.
そして協力をありがとう。
And for collaborating with me.
次回の人気投票、全員が10位以内に入れるくらいに活躍できるよ。最高のシナリオを書くぜ。
They wrote this side story for me, actually. I'll be sure to write an awesome scenario and give you guys enough spotlight that you'll all rank in the top 10 in the next popularity poll. Let's go! Yoda, Kumasawa, Nanjo, and even Genji were choking on tears of gratitude. Let's go, Base Battler! Battler, in order to clear away their long-standing regrets, immersed himself in even more in the production of the episode 6 scenario. But none of this shit happens in episode 6. You forgot, Battler, your sin. You broke your promise. Knock, knock. Again with the knocking. Who is it? Well, this sure is an unexpected character. Okay, Nick, good! I hope the rest of your week is great. Well, hey! Eva, we were just talking about you in chat. Well, any progress with the new scenario?
エヴァおばさんの中学時代じゃなくて
Auntie Eva! No, wait.
魔女エヴァだな。
Eva?
何しに来やがった。
Why are you here?
何ってご挨拶ね。
Oh, you know.
過去のエピソードで一番人気があったのは何？
Which previous episode was the most popular? Was it perhaps 3?
エピソード3
Pizza lurk. Thank you for lurking. The third banquet, right? Hey, I called that.
あのシナリオが盛り上がったのはどうして？
And why do you think that scenario was so exciting?
私という好敵手が活躍したからじゃない？
Pizza. It was because of me, the rival character.
素敵なシナリオにはね、素敵なライバルが欠かせないの。
If you have a wonderful scenario, you need to have a wonderful rival to go with it. Rival characters often are rated quite high in popularity polls. Your opinion of Eva Beatrice... Oh, your friend. Ew. Yeah, it's that time, isn't it? I hope we can help you feel better with lots of funny side stories. It's Umineko Menace time. My opinion of Eva Beatrice and Eva has improved so much as months and years have gone by, probably the most improved in the post-series analysis and rereading. Interesting. I've actually passed this first read through thinking quite well of Eva, but I know there's some who, like, even despised Eva after episode 8 stuff. I actually think quite well of her now, but I'm surprised a lot of people didn't. If you have a wonderful scenario... Yeah, like Rep. Yeah, see? Rep, let me understand your side, because I think Eva's pretty cool. If you have a wonderful scenario, you need to have a wonderful rival to go with it.
それに私、こう見えても前回人気投票は第8位。
What about Battler? I think your opinion changed on Battler, didn't it? And even if you wouldn't expect it, I got 8th place in the last popularity poll.
エピソード3以降、ほとんど出番がないにもかかわらずのトップ10キープはさすがだと思わない？
Yeah, aside from Battler, I was right about that. Staying in the top 10 when I've had almost no screen time since episode 3, don't you think that's just impressive? He went from wanting to grab Jessica's big boobs to Beato's. True. No, he wanted to grab Beato's boobs too, remember? He saw Shannon and he was like, damn. Don't you think that's just impressive?
あんたさえ良ければエピソード6にも登場してあんたを盛り上げてあげてもいいんだけど
I wouldn't mind showing up in episode 6 and making things even more exciting.
無理しないで登場させちゃえば
Just give me a role forever.
いや、いい。
No, thank you.
ライバルは間に合ってるし。
I've already got a fantastic rival. Not Erika, no.
どうしてよ
What?
ムカつくライバルっつう意味では十分にもう間に合ってる。
Eva's better than Erika, please. Once again, you're winning for skipping episode 1 incidentally. One of these days, you'll read episode 1. I'll make sure of it. She fits the role of an annoying rival just perfectly.
たちの悪さも変態度もお前さんをはるかに上回ってるぜ。
In her nastiness and perversion, she far outshines you.
何よそれ
What the hell? If you can help it, no! It's not that bad. Battler had promised to confront Erika in the next scenario, thus unofficially offering her a role. In other words, the position of rival was already filled. Rip Eva. So he had no idea where he could place Eva as someone whose character overlapped with Erika's. Additionally, Eva, who had seemed like an extremely evil character when she made her debut in episode 3, now seemed dull in comparison to Erika. What? No, I totally love the I want the jackhammer laugh back. After all, Erika set the bar very high thanks to her being the type who would resort to cheap tricks.
ま、そういうわけだ。
So that's the story.
立ち絵命令のスクリプトがバグった時くらいしか出番はねえぜ。
Unless there ends up being some kind of sprite-related bug in the code, you're not going to appear.
エリカって子に私が劣るっていうの
You're saying I'm inferior to this Erika girl?
何よ
Why?
どうして
In what way?
ランクオールエースの超スペック。
Well, she's pretty much an S-tier antagonist across the board. Stop simping for her!
ムカつきだ。
She set the bar very high by being the worst kind of person, not by tricks. She's annoying.
タレード。
She's pathetic.
特にでかいのが変態度。
And most importantly, she's perverted.
あいつ
Hentai, most
キャラ隠しすぎだ
important.
って。
It's almost too much for one character.
何よ何よ
What?
私がインパクトで負けてるっていうの
Are you trying to say I've lost my impact?
キャラで負けてるっていうの
Are you trying to say that I'm a bad character?
だってあいつ
I mean...
わざわざ水着に着替えて雨の降る中壁をよじ登ってガムテープ貼って回る変態だぜ。
Why is Battler sounding like a forum post? A forum poster right now? Eva lost her Genshin Impact account. Very sad. She would be sad. She's a pervert who went out in the pouring rain, put on a swimsuit, and climbed the walls just to stick some duct tape onto windows, you know?
エリカは人気投票第6位。あんたは第8位。
Yes, Erika came in 6th place in the popularity poll. And you were the 8th, only 2 places behind. Battler, at this rate, you're not getting a Christmas present.
でも得票数は倍近いんだぜ。
But she had almost double the votes you had, didn't she?
何よ。
So...
若い女の子が水に来てるってだけで票が入っちゃうの？
You're saying a girl can get votes just by wearing a swimsuit?
男は露出に弱えからな。
It's because men are weak against exposure.
スカートの丈一つ取ってもそうだね。
Battler, shut up. You can't say this to a girl boss who can easily not give you a Christmas present and also braid your guts and hang you from a pole. Like... Even a shorter skirt helps.
エリカは膝丈だけど、あんたはロングだし。
Erika's only reaches her knees, but yours is a long one.
何しろこの絶対領域のご時世に。
Battler like, Auntie, our readers are simps. Besides, in this age of Zettai Ryoiki, you can't get anywhere without stockings or thigh highs. Battler, this is a visual novel where we only see people from the hips up.
髪型もただのパッツン。
Also, your hairstyle's very plain.
そこへ来たら、エリカは超王道のツインテール。
Erika's popular twin tail hairstyle is a huge improvement over that.
スカート、髪型、露出に変態度と、どこを取っても勝ち目がねえよ。
Against her skirt, hairstyle, exposure, and perverted nature, you've got no chance.
完全にキャラが飲み込まれてる。
She's better than you in every single aspect.
わざわざ出番を設ける理由がねえ。
You have no place left in my story. Brutal! Jesus Christ! Character overlaps with Erika's. Arrow never makes an appearance again. Fired from Umineko! Abandoned on a roadside. Starvation! Death!
そんなの困るわ。
You can't do this to me!
お願いします、バトラ様。
Please, please, Battler-sama!
私頑張りますから出番を。
I'll do everything you tell me to. Just give me a roll!
出番をください。
Please give me a part.
スカートの丈が問題なら直します。
If my skirt is too long, I'll shorten it.
髪型が問題なら直します。
I was thinking of Feathery. Abandoned on a roadside, starvation, what's her face hits her with a cyber truck. Boom! Ooh, Eva. Alternate ending, where Eva never gets picked up by the authorities and she washes up on the shore. And gets hit by a car, and Ikuko looks at Eva and is like, oh my god, Ushinomiya Eva? Then she gets the Toya treatment. Anja's life would be completely different. If my skirt is too long, I'll shorten it. If my hairstyle is the problem, I'll change it.
露出度も変態度もお望みでしたら追いつけの通りにしますから。どうか私にも出番をください、バトラ様。
If it's exposure and a perverted nature you want, I'll do as you say. So I beg you, please give me a robe, Battler-sama.
スカートの丈を直すって
So you're saying you'll shorten your skirt, but
具体的にはどのくらいに直すわけ
by how much?
10センチ。
Well, let's say by 10 centimeters or 4 inches. Battler snapped his fingers and Eva's skirt shrank by 10 centimeters. Not the face! But it was still unacceptably long. Do it again.
そろそろ膝くらい出てきた
It's barely reached your knees.
それくらいでいいのかな
Do you really think that's good enough? Oh wait, I just wondered. Oh no, there's no tips anymore.
もっと
Shorter! The skirt became shorter and shorter. In the end, it was so short that Eva had to frantically pull down the hem with both hands to keep her panties from being seen. It was too short even by miniskirt standards.
ま、スカート丈だけならエリカに対抗できてきたかな。
Well, I wonder if just fixing your skirt is enough to make you a competitor for Erika.
髪型は
What about your hair, hmm? Yeah.
ウィッグをかぶってツインテールにします。
I'll wear a wig with twin tails.
露出度と変態度は
And how about the exposure and perverted nature? Battler, you're getting a little too episode 1. Calm down. Battler finally remembered that he was not just a mere scenario writer. Oh no! He's gone drunk with power! That's what's happening! But a god called the Game Master. That's right. Here, I am a god. I'm free to do whatever I want. Anyone who goes against my will gets no role. And thus Battler sank into the dark temptation that plagued all witches. Too much power. Eva's dress had by now been remodeled into a super short miniskirt, and she was wearing black knee socks to match. Her hairstyle had been changed into twin tails, and on top of that, she had even agreed to show up on screen with cat ears, a bell collar, in a sailor uniform, and bloomers, with a tail attached. The special penalty game outfit. Wait. Okay, I think I can see the vision. But a sailor uniform miniskirt with bloomers? That just doesn't go. Oh, is that a Higurashi joke? Miranda's gone, but your intention with the wet cat comment wasn't why portray Natsuhi negatively, but why portray Natsuhi positively. Yeah, that's true. Even if Sayo's murder vent fantasies, she humanized the woman who damned her to her fate. That's true. Man, Sayo's a saint to see everyone with love. And still kill them in her stories. Battler is drunk with power. But even with such harsh conditions thrust upon her, Eva, who didn't want to lose her role, groveled on the floor and thanked Battler profusely. Battler, who said with an attitude like that of a feudal lord that he would graciously grant her a role. Calling her a saint might be a bit much. Had become a wicked magistrate of a game master, to the point where even Beato would have been surprised. I am Battler, the new game master! Anyone who wants to play a role must come forward and apply! And anyone who opposes me won't appear in the story at all! This time, Rudolph and Kirie showed up. Uh-oh, your parents. True. Erika features prominently and she opposes you the entire time. This is true. Yo, Battler. We're your family, right? So we'll get roles, won't we? The story has finally reached its second half. It's time for the human side's counterattack. Here we go, Cece. Kirie's on screen. We're quite enthusiastic about it ourselves. Kirie, sure, but this old bastard?
そんなこと言うなよ。
Please don't call me that.
ほら、お前の好きなもんは何でも買ってやるから。
I'll buy you whatever you want.
これからは心を入れ替えていいパパになるから。
I'll have a change of heart and become a really good daddy after this. Alright?
な、
Alright?
頼むから。キリエは名探偵で大活躍。
Come on! Kirie can steal scenes with her great detective work.
俺は孤高のアクションヒーローって路線で一つ頼むよ。
And I could be the aloof action hero. Come on!
仕方ねえな。
Seems I've got no choice.
この寛大なバトラ様に感謝しやがるってんだ。
Be grateful to the generous battler, Sama.
その願い叶えてつかわす。
I shall grant that wish of yours. Next were Kraus, Natsuhi, and Jessica.
いやあ、バトラー君。
Hey, Battler.
私と夏日とジェシカもなんとか出番と見せ場をお願いできないか。
Natsuhi, Jessica, and I would like to request roles as well.
私たちは別に活躍したいとかは言いません。
We don't mind not being the center of attention.
中をつまじく書いてもらえるだけで十分ですので。
If you could just depict us as a close family, that would be enough.
私はバトルでも活躍したいぜ。
Nobody ever depicts you as a close family, or maybe that's why she's asking. Nah, I want to fight.
一緒に大暴れして魔女や悪魔どもを蹴散らそうぜ。
Let's fuck up some witches and demons. Let's go, Jessica.
叶えてもいいんだが条件つけちゃおうか。
I'll grant that, but only on one condition.
なんだ
Oh, what?
夏日おばさんにその膝枕とかしてもらっちゃおうかな。
Battler! No! Bad! Spray! Natsuki, I want you to become my lap pillow. Oh my god, Battler has become this chat. God damn it. Battler has become you guys. How are you gonna fix this? Natsuki seeing what happened to Eva Beatrice, like, please, the normal role is fine, the normal role, please. True, but...
そう、それでその母さんとか呼んじゃっていい？
And also, could I call you mother? Oh my god. No! Battler is you guys! He These are all Ryukishi's rough drafts before his interview. Varian, hello. This is what I'm saying! You guys chat want to call Natsuhi mommy and you guys all want Natsuhi to step on you, so like where's the lie?
無理にとは言わないぜ。
It's not like I'm gonna force you into it though.
できたら水着姿でしてくれると。
She tried to step on me, she'd trip. That's true. Oh my god. Miranda! I'll get back to you. It's not like I'm gonna force you into it though. Also, if you could, I'd like you to wear a swimsuit. God damn it, Battler! If Battler was you, the story would be over by this point. You just be Will on episode 1.
ああ、水着については当社規定のものを支給します。
Also, if you could, and I'll give you the swimsuit myself. How about a school swimsuit?
もちろん無理にとは言いませんぜ。第一の晩に6人も殺さなきゃなんないんで困ってるんです。
Of course, you don't have to do it. After all, I gotta find the 6 people to kill off in the first Twilight from somewhere. Battler, you asshole! What do you think you're saying to my mom? It's like, this is my mother? What are you talking about, my mother? I'm not forcing you into anything! After all, I'm the great game master. Poor Natsuhi. Her headache is increasing. Her headache is increasing. No! Natsuhi, no! 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 Fine. No! No! Natsuhi, no! You don't have to do this! I will wear a swimsuit and act as your lap pillow. The fact that Kraus hasn't said anything leads me to believe. Oh yeah! Anything for her daughter. Next, George's family arrived carrying a box of cookies.
僕たち一家も登場にはその条件があるのかな
Do you, have conditions for our family to get screen time too?
わしでよければ何でもする
I'll do anything.
頼むから家族にいい出番をくれたってや
Please, you gotta give our family roles.
頼む
Please.
私と主人の出番はいいです。
Forget me and my husband.
でもジョージだけは素敵な出番を与えてやってください。
Yeah, Battler with the casting couch. But please, at least give George a wonderful role. No.
そうだなジョージの兄貴にかっちょいいバトルシーンでの活躍を与えてもいいな
Very well, I guess I'll give George a kick-ass battle scene. That all right? No.
ほんまかいな
Really? Battler like, nah, George stole my GF. I'm gonna kill him. Damn!
バトラ君ありがとうな
I wish Battler felt that way. Really? Thank you, Battler.
ほんま大きいな
Thank you so much.
ただし
However,
グヒヒヒエヴァおばさんを一晩自由にさせてもらっちゃうけどな
I'll be bothering Aunt Eva for when I... Battler! No! This is actually worse than Natsuhi. No!
そのタユンタユンでグラマラスな景色
No!
ヒヒヒ
Who got Sayo to write this? Sayo, stop! No! No!
水着姿で手料理でも作ってもらってはい
Oh.
とかしてもらっちゃおうかな
If it's like a maid cafe way, that's still heinous, but not as heinous as I thought this was gonna be. I'll have you cook for me in a bunny girl outfit and maybe pour me an evening drink.
そんな
Thank you, Hideyoshi. Notice, Kraus didn't stand up for Natsuhi at all because Kraus is into NTR. Hideyoshi, however, you do not lay claws on his woman, okay? Where is my mind? I was just stunned with horror and horrified for a second. Not like this. Never.
エヴァは管理したってや
Leave Eva out of this. Hey! Never. Leave Eva out of this.
他のことなら何でも
I'll do anything you want myself. Hideyoshi offering himself up in place of Eva. Respect.
いいわ。
No, you're okay. You've ascended. This is Ikuko bullying Toya because it's funny. Oh, are you sure you're not coping, Cece? It's okay, dear.
ジョージのためなら
For George, I
私
will. And then Battler says, die. Of course not. As Battler became more and more carried away, Rosa appeared before him. Oh no.
バトラ君
Oh no. Battler?
マリアにも出番を
Ikuko willing to write Battler thirsting for his aunts, but unwilling to write a fight scene where he gets beaten up by her OC because it would remind them of the time she ran over him with her cyber truck. Battler, about Maria.
それはもちろん構わねえけどさ、ローザおばさん。
Of course, I don't mind giving her one, but Aunt Rosa?
人にお願いするなら見返りってもんがないとな。
If you ask someone for a favor, you've got to pay them back, right? Battler, I'll kill you. Okay, Ikuko is making big jokes.
これは水着
This is a swimsuit?
これを着てどうしろというの
Why do you want me to wear? I think it's hilarious, honestly, and I've seen enough meme videos about Featherine running Battler over with her car that I think you're not alone in this. Why do you want me to wear?
ローザおばさんには
Not the close-up.
水着姿で背中でも流してもらっちゃおうかな。
Aunt Rosa, I think I'll have you wash my back while wearing this swimsuit. I'm gonna... Ikuko, stop! Ikuko, stop torturing your poor, kidnappee. your poor captive. Maria, I think you need to kill him. This is true. I agree, Virgilia. This is terrifying. Oh my god, are we gonna have Ronove? Finally.
バトラ君がゲームマスターの暗黒面に落ちてしまうなんて
To think that Battler would succumb to the dark side of being the game master. I mean, if we're being 100% real, if we're being full hundo, how different is this from Sayo writing about Battler helping her undress and then her pulling him around on a dog chain naked? When they are aunt cousins. Anyway. Maybe Sayo was a little drunk on power, just like this. Makes you think. To think that Battler would succumb to the dark side of being the game master. I have the high ground, Virgilia. Dan! Sayo writing, yeah, Battler would want to grope me and his cousin. Oh my god. Poor Sayo.
Being forced into...
Yeah. It's
Forced into active service here.
Uh-huh.
He set up quite a charming show.
Oh my god, they got a CG for
ロ
this?
ムウェに悪気りやか。
Oh, Ronove and Virgilia.
あんたらには世話になったからな。
I owe you guys.
安心しな。特に何の条件もなく、次回のエピソードでも出番を用意してやるぜ。
Don't worry, I'll make sure to give you roles in the next episode. Hot Battler, I know. Battler, you hardly give Ronove any more lines. Stop lying. The dark side of having OCs, putting them in embarrassing situations. There is that.
おやおや、それは本当ですか。
Oh my, that's unexpected.
It's the birth of a new witch, Rep! You know, birth of a new witch. You gotta get down.
But not down in the same way that you get down when you have to become the scat man. I'm truly grateful.
俺はこう見えても受けた恩を忘れねえ男だぜ。
No matter what you may think, I don't forget my debts. I just forget about my promises. Battler.
みんな出番が欲しくて必死なんです。
Everyone here desperately wants a role.
その気持ちをもてあそぶようなことはやめてあげてください。
Please stop playing with people's feelings.
いくらワルギリアの頼みでもそれは聞けねえぜ。
Even if it's your request, Virgilia, I'm afraid I can't comply.
何しろ俺は恩は忘れねえが恨みも決して忘れねえ男だからな。
After all, I don't forget my debts, but I don't forget my grudges either. However, I do forget my promises.
そうそう、ロノウェイ。
Oh, right, Ronove.
これ告示文ね。
Here's an announcement.
貼っといてくれ。
Absolute bold-faced lie.
I know, right? Please post it somewhere for me.
かしこまりました。
Oh, Dan!
Certainly. おや、これは。
Oh my, what is this?
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory won't be getting any screen time at all. Oh, so this is the grudges? If anyone has any objections, come talk to me. If something like this were posted, there was no doubt the Seven Sisters would run off to see Battler. Since the popular Seven Sisters appeared in every episode since episode 2, they felt that their role was already secure. So why on earth would they not be included this time?
心当たりはあるでしょ。
I know the star was a lot. We all know the answer.
全部ルシネのせいだわ。
It's all Lucy's fault.
Is it just a ploy so that they will come to see him?
That's what I'm thinking.
So that he can get stabbed by 7 girls again?
Yeah, he actually does want to get stabbed by 7 girls again. Yes, big sis! All Lucy's fault.
どうして私
Why
が悪いの？
me?
どうして私のせいになるのよ。
What did I ever do?
だって
Well,
ルシファーお姉様って。
I pulled a bunny girl, Beato. Here's a picture. Oh my, your gotcha battler is better than mine. What's her stats?
エピソード3とかで必要にバトラ君をいじめてたし。
In episode 3, you bullied Battler-kun too much.
姉妹の代表ぶってバトラ君を独り占めしていじめてたもんね。
As a representative for all the sisters, you tortured him more than anyone else.
めたましいわ。腹立たしい。
No, I'm so jealous. I can't stand it.
ルシネーがバトラ様の機嫌を損ねたので
Without a
疑い
doubt,
ようもない。
you have ruined Battler-sama's mood.
疑いようがないでござる。
There's no doubt about it.
どうすんのルシネ。
What are you gonna do, Lucy?
私、エンジ様と私。
Of course, Mammon's the only one who's like my girlfriend. I don't care what Battler thinks. What are you gonna do, Lucy? I promised Ange that we'd meet each other in the story again.
マジこれどうやって責任取んの？
Are you going to take some responsibility?
That one, you fool! Andrew's in the tearing!
I know! Episode 8 is Ange's turn. I'm not the only one at fault.
いいえ、ルシネのせいです。
No, everything is Lucy's fault.
とにかく
Anyway,
バトラ君のとこに謝りに行きましょうよ。
let's all go apologize to Battler.
このままずーっと出番がないなんて
I don't want to end up without a role. Battler was now wearing a ridiculous cape he had found somewhere, and sitting on a throne looking down arrogantly. The seven sisters kneeled before him, trying to somehow appeal to him for a role. You're so right. He did this on purpose. Yeah. Yo, Lucifer! Who'd think a day like this would ever come, eh? The cape is fun. I like his painting. He's aura farming with that painting. We want to have roles! We'll do anything you want, so please give us roles! The sisters pleaded on their knees. Where'd I get this cape from? Ass narration when it's literally Kinzo's. It seems that only the 6 of you want to be in my story, but Lucifer alone does not. Because she's of pride. It would be against her pride. Yeah, if I have to kneel before you to do it, I don't care if I never get a role again for the rest of my life. And the story only repeatedly calls him eerily like Kinzo. Yeah. Who would ever kneel before you? But the 7 sisters of purgatory are a unit. If one does not obey me, I guess that means none of you get any roles. He's gone mad with power. Don't do this to us, Battler-sama! Stupid sis! Your stubbornness is causing all of us trouble. Do it. Kneel and apologize. I just realized we're almost 2 hours in to this stream and I haven't even finished one of these. We're fucked. Do it. Kneel and apologize. Yeah. Press your forehead to the floor and apologize. The younger sisters all held Lucifer down together and forced her to her knees by pushing her against the floor. Why are we back in episode 4? Shut up! Lucifer refused to give it up, holding back tears and grinding her teeth. I remember Lucifer had a few scenes like this. She got peer pressured into going against her pride. Battler-sama, Lucy is also asking for forgiveness, so please calm your rage. Please give me a role where I meet a handsome prince. Please give me a role where I eat a lot of yummy food. Alright. Well, if I would be in a good mood right now, I would give you any role you want. But, my shoulders are so stiff. Dan was right, as usual. Okay, we'll rub them. Oh, my calves are pretty stiff too. Could you rub those too? Yes, leave it to me. Well, if you keep this up, Battler, Anja's gonna kick your ass next. As you wish. Mammon's taking care of my right calf. Belfay is massaging my left calf. Asmo is taking care of my right arm. Belze is massaging my left arm. Oh, my 2 arms are being held between warm fruits. What bliss? Uh-huh. I know, those are Ange's GF. I know Ange is about to come in and kick his ass. Damn, being a game master is fantastic. All hail the game master. I am a god of this new game.
6人の妹たちはともかく
The 6 younger sisters are now
エ
forgiven.
ピソード3でルシファーにはずいぶん世話になったんだよな
But I'm still mad at Lucifer for episode 3.
杭とかで何度もえぐられてグリグリグリグリグリグリグリグリグリグリ
You gouged and stabbed me so many times with that stake and you're stabbing over and over.
ああ思い出しただけでも腹渡が煮えくり返る
Damn it, just remembering it is painful. Oh well.
今度は逆にバトラ様がルシネをえぐり返してやったらいいと思う。
I suppose it's Battler's turn to stab Lucy.
それがいいと思います。
Great idea!
バトラ様の気が済むまで一晩中いじめちゃったらいいと思う。
You guys need to calm down. Until Battler-sama is satisfied, you should torture her all night long.
何言ってんのよ。
What are you saying?
ちょっと。
Hey,
しなさいよ。
let me go.
私知ってるんだから。
Oh, I know, Sis Lucifer.
私はお姉様は背中が弱いんだもん。
Your weak spot is your back, right?
あれレビア？
Levia?
どうしてあんたそんなことを？
How do you know about that?
あんたの弱点なんてみんな知ってるわよ。
Everyone knows your weak spot.
知らないのは知られてないと思ってるお姉様だけでしょ。
You were the only one who thought we didn't know, weren't you?
だから浅はかなのよお姉様は。
You're too careless, sis.
ほうほうほうそちは背中が弱いと申すかほうほうほうほうほう
Ho, ho, ho. Your back, you say. Her back, you say. Ho, ho, ho. We got Battler claws over here.
やめなさいよ。
Oh, wait.
そんなことして私が屈服すると思う。
Do you think I'll surrender if you do that?
ひいひい泣いて許しをこうなんて本気で思ってる？
Do you really think I'll cry and beg for forgiveness?
黙れ黙れ
Ah, shut up, shut
あ
up.
の日お前にグリグリグリグリえぐりいびられた恨み思い知れ
Learn my pain from the time when you stabbed me over and over. Is it here?
この辺りか
Or maybe here?
そうズブズブズブ
Take that and this too.
それともこの辺か
Or maybe it's this place? Not the stabbing sound effects. Oh my god. No! Forgive me, Battler-sama! He finally got his chance at revenge that was never given to him before. Is she in pain or is she nutting? I have no freaking clue. She's being tickled, I think.
Hello there.
Welcome.
Uh-huh. Not grinding! With his knuckles, right?
いかがですかバトラ様。
Well, Battler-sama,
すっきりなさいましたか？
are you feeling any better?
ああすっげえすっきりした
Yup, I feel great.
見ろ積年の恨みがすっかりなくな
Me
って
right now!
お肌が
Me right now!
みたいにツルツルのプリプリ
With grinding with his skateboard. Okay, that'd be better. My long-standing grudge has been totally cleared up, and I feel all fresh, like I finally shed my skin. Lucifer's shoulders heaved as she caught her breath. She had collapsed with her clothes in disarray, and it looked very much like the aftermath of, well, you know.
私たちにも手番を与えて。
So do we all get roles now?
おう
Sure.
これまでの恨みはすっきり流したぜ
I've resolved all of my grudges.
安心しろお前らの出番も安泰だ
Don't worry, your screen time is secure. Rowan, Cece started coping by saying, this is, like, did you catch the parts with, Ikuko and Toya? Like, the two authors that that co-wrote a lot of the stories, and it's like Featherine and Battler. Cece was coping by saying that. Oh, well, Cece was coping by saying this was Featherine torturing Battler by being like, by writing all of this stuff and embarrassing him. Don't worry, your screen time is secure. Then. This post cleared my skin and watered my crops. I hate these posts. We know you don't have crops. We know you don't have skin. Trying to stop lying to yourselves and all of us. Then I want a scene where I meet a handsome prince. I want a role where I eat lots of food. I don't need any big scenes, but make sure I'm in the 7th game too. Because Ange is in the 7th game. I would like to fight against a formidable enemy and fall beautifully in battle. Hey, hey! If you ask for all of that at once, Battler-sama's going to get confused. Write your requests on paper instead. I'm fine with even the smallest of roles. And someone posted a pic of a skeleton sitting at the computer with its head in its hands despondently. We know you don't have any skin. I won't defy you again, so can I please have your— Wait, why did it do that? Can I have a roll too? What are you on about? Sis Lucy, you always stand out the most. I'm so jealous. Oh. The game master is a god. I'll grant any wish you may have. Anything at all. Oh? Someone else came. Oh no. Help. Could it be the Chester sisters this time? Or maybe Delanner's group? No, Ange shouldn't come here, actually. Come to think of it, Ange, you've got some nerve not coming to congratulate me when you're my own little sister. I've already received a full body massage from the 7 sisters. Maybe I'll have the Chester sisters wipe the sweat off my brow with their tails. Chester's mentioned RIP 556, your GF still misses you. And just what should I get out of Delanner? Beato, you need to kill him. Yeah, actually. Someone please kill him. Anyone. And so Battler has exhausted the limits of tyranny as a game master, enjoying his newfound harem to the fullest. However, in this world, rights always come with obligations attached. Battler has made use of his rights as game master, and now he has to fulfill the responsibility to grant their requests. Excuse me. I wrote down all the requests on paper. Ah, thanks, Virgilia. Let me see. Whoa, that's a lot. Dan! Dan, you gotta poo-coo-coo into the microphone. My on-demand Rotove machine and will machine, don't forget.
You are a god of the game board, Battler-sama. There is no wish you cannot grant.
要望もつい贅沢になってしまうというものです。
And that is why these demands are somewhat extravagant.
それにしてもバトラ君、
Well then, Battler,
この要望すべてをどうシナリオにまとめるつもりです？
what kind of scenario can you make to fit in all of these requests?
それも一本で。
And all of it in just one episode. Lists of role requests for episode 6. Genji, the refined supporting character. While making cocktails in the guest house lounge, I will talk about the past. We hear a bit about my past from a mid-boss character, and we get a feel for how strong I was in the past. Nanjo, a super surgeon. Even when I have no surgical tools, I will use my daily supplies to perform a successful surgery. On top of that, I will have a fight scene where I use surgical tools as weapons. Kumasawa, always witnessing major scenes. Because of my plentiful life experience, I sense that something seems out of place at the crime scene. But I'm killed by the culprit before I can do anything. My death should be a real tearjerker. Of course, for the music in that scene, a new sad song should be ordered from Dai, the composer. This is you making Jeremy write Astrid into mech battle episodes. Goda, I will cook lots of delicious food. I would like for the scene about my dinner orchestra to be at least 50,000 characters long. And then everyone gives my wonderful cooking a standing ovation. I'll even receive a kiss on the cheek from Madam out of admiration. Oh my god, we finally get the Natsuhi having an affair with Goda episode. I'll do that, Goda. Me too! Pushes Rowan out of the way. Me too! Of course, my action scene will take place in the kitchen. Natsuhi Goda affair confirmed. The viewers will be led to believe that it is a gunfight, but the real fight will only begin once I lose my rifle. Goda has 2 hands. I guess this is true. But what about Natsuhi? He doesn't have 3 hands. But the real fight will only begin once I lose my rifle. Bam! Bam! Boom! Let's fucking go. Goda finally has justice. I will blow away the terrorists with my Aikido techniques. Okay, Rowan. Okay, My catchphrase is, in the kitchen, I am immortal. Eva. I'll be revived as a villain who surpasses Erika. The brutal serial murders will commence once more. Finally, I want to be involved in an intense battle with Battler. The length of that scene should be at least 100,000 characters. The battle scene should use 5 new fight songs made exclusively for Eva. Furthermore, I must be one of the strongest characters in the fighting game spin-off. Do we know where Eva ranks in the tiers? As the physical copy should ship with a body pillow of me as a pre-order bonus. We need to take character counts from these people. You only know that George has an attack that does 0 damage. Kraus. The battle against the Golden Witch will head towards the true fight. The fight for gold, for finances. Kraus, who had always played the part of the lowly buffoon, finally awakens as the Golden Sorcerer. You know what? Good for Kraus. Finally. Bargaining to change the market price, distinguishing between lies and truth in financial conspiracies. Business terminology will fly about to the point where people will feel like they've become business experts just by reading it.
Subprime loan破綻.
Subprime loan failure. This is Parts voiced. He goes to the moon, yes. Eva's mid-tier, fuck. Please go to the moon.
パターン青、バブルと確認.
Pattern blue, confirmed as bubble.
大手証券会社活動限界まで
Last time I did a Kanon line. The company has 5 minutes of active time remaining.
投資家が次々切断されていきます。
The investors are being cut off one by one.
公的資金注入切断。投資銀行への政府支援を強制排出。
Injection of public funds severed, sending coercion for government backing.
ダメです。強制排出できません。
This is the most emotion of any Genji line I've ever heard. It's no good, we cannot send it. Kraus writing example financial dialogue like it's mecha techno babble. That is kind of funny. Hard to tell since the tier list is for pairs rather than individuals. Ah.
なんですって？
What did you say?
クラウス司令。
Commander Kraus. This is like a mecha anime, isn't it? It seems like the tiers in that game are weird. She has a few A-rank pairs, I guess. Oh.
準備銀行統括機関前議長よりお電話です。
We have received a call from the former chairman of the Federal Reserve.
100年ぶりかね。
It's been 100 years.
ああ、間違いない。
Yes, there's no mistake.
第二次世界恐慌だ。
It is the Second Great Depression. Oh, dun dun dun! And it just stops there. Natsuhi. The story has been quite turbulent until now. So this time I would like a calm romance story aimed towards adults. Yes! Yes! Imagine there only being 2 Great Depressions. Yeah. True. Second Great Depression instead of Second Impact. It did feel very Evangelion. My husband throws a snowball at me, and when I catch it, it splits apart, and I find an engagement ring inside. Let's go, Natsuhi! Natsuhi, I know how we can knock out yours and Koda's at the same time. Kya! Oh my god. One time, when Natsuhi kyas... That's it for... That was it for Natsuhi's. Jessica. You know what? Good for Natsuhi. To hell with theories and reasoning. Honestly, I don't give a crap about the mystery. Time for the exhilarating action chapter. But oh yeah, Rowan, you missed earlier where Battler was kind of using his going mad with power and basically wanting Natsuhi to let him call her mommy, and then I was like, Battler is like chat. Battler's become chat. What murders? I knew he had mommy issues, but damn. True. Honestly, I don't give a crap about the mystery. Time for the exhilarating action chapter. With the thriller of Jessica beating up and knocking down the nasty villains with her brass knuckles. I'll get cornered towards the end, but then Kanon will gallantly dash in to save me. We kind of already had a scene like this, at least once, Jessica. For a more detailed explanation of the scene, see page 735 of the appendix. Oh god, of the list of demands. Oh no. Jessica, I love your beautiful mind, so true. Let me call you mommy. Yeah, to be precise, yeah. Hideyoshi, returning from the front lines to find his hometown burnt to the ground. No house, no family, no assets. What? Why do you want this, Hideyoshi? Documenting the man who had lost everything, but became the owner of a restaurant chain from scratch, an exhilarating color film based on a true story. After getting by through obtaining goods, by sneaking into warehouses and selling them on the black market, the success story starts building up from there. A biopic? I know, right? For details, see Excitement, the chronicles of exemplary man's one-man struggles. Natsuhi, unfortunately, is wearing the swimsuit. Hideyoshi does want to be in a Yakuza game so bad, this is true. Stories of success of a restaurant chain owner. I know, an exhilarating color film, you old fuck, exactly. It'll be sold at the company's sales department in every chain establishment for 1,800 yen. God, that's a pretty fair price for a book nowadays. Oh, you got desserts too? And you gave me a fork for my dessert? You're so sweet. Thank you, Ronove. No.
I'm not sweet, the dessert.
That's true, the dessert is sweet. New employees will be required to read the script during their training period. Eva. Dejected by the steady ruin of the Yoshinomiya family, Eva attempts to revive it. Doesn't this happen, Eva? Yeah. Women should do housework and raise children. Women should stay out of the way. Stay out of the way yourself, Kraus! Just you watch. The era of men is long over. With intelligence and strength, with gentleness and kindness, I'll play a huge role helping my husband. Hashtag Eva did nothing wrong. When my husband's company is in trouble, I'll use my womanly wit and wisdom to salvage it. And before long, my role in the story will become to revive the Ushinomiya family. Girl, this kind of happened, except your husband's dead. In the end, what I've done will be acknowledged by Kinzo, and he will accept me as the next head. This still more or less happened, except with more death. With intelligence and strength and being forced to stand at the side of the frame in my own fantasy. Ugh, yeah. In the climax, Kraus and a bunch of other hoodlums will attack my husband. And when he's in trouble, I'll use my famous legs to kick them back. Poor woman's power fantasy is still shaped by sexism and generational trauma. It is sad. The lead actress should be me, or if it's not possible, then that famous jazz singer. Of course, the director should be her husband. He wants Hideyoshi to direct. George. I'd like a peaceful and loving depiction of how the romance between me and Shannon started. And also already fucking happened! The scene still hasn't been shown in the original work after all. Well, what? What the fuck was episode 2 then? No! Shut up, George! Shut... My tone. It happened on the usual day of the family conference. I wonder how many years ago. Ha ha, remembering it makes me feel a bit embarrassed. When he first started crushing on her. Oh god. Yeah, when you thought she was 12? Huh? So when he got jealous of Battler, get his ass. That day, I had been wearing a hat. Can they push the George off the cliff instead of Sayo real? Yeah, why weren't you... Yeah, Natsuhi, weren't you upset that Eva had a baby before you? Why didn't you just shove George off the cliff? That day, I had been wearing a hat. It was blown away by a strong wind and went flying away on the beach. At that moment, Shannon showed up. We went to go search the beach together for the hat. How did badasses like Eva and Hideyoshi have George? I don't know. We just couldn't find it anywhere. no matter how many times the two of us scoured the beach searching for it. Dan, I thought you'd at least want to save Maria. We never found it in the end. But since it would have been boring to just search for it in silence, we were talking to each other the whole time. That was when I heard that she wanted to go see an aquarium. By coincidence, I had a friend who was a curator. I arranged it so that just the two of us could specially visit the aquarium on one of the days it was closed. Ooh, nepotism. There, I apologized to her for two things. One was that I wouldn't get to show her the crowds of people at the aquarium. The other one was that I never owned a hat, hee hee. So you lied? Enough already! That sprite sucks, I agree. Of course he lied. Yeah, just like he lied about how Battler didn't write back any notes. That's what got him. I know, right? You do appreciate Maria's imagination. She can win the Reaper's game. This is true. Tui crossover would be something. Enough already. What the hell? How much more is left? Over half? Considering how selfish you were before. Sorry, I'm eating dessert. I would consider these demands to be quite fitting. Uh-oh, Dan. Dan! This gives me time to finish my dessert. Thank you.
Well,
Tell your butler to hurry up.
Now you have to write a scenario that answers all of these requests.
実はゲームマスターにはシナリオを書き上げる制限時間がございまして。
But game masters have a limit on the time they have to write.
A time limit?
Get off of the pump.
The pizza?
Get off of the
We have a cat on the pizza.
Off of the pizza.
Nobody told me about that! How much time do I have left?
まあ、ぶっちゃけると冬込みまでですな。
3 minutes.
I like this.
Well, to put things bluntly, you don't have any.
Until the
winter comic hit.
Until Fuyukomi, good luck. The people at the disc factory have their own circumstances as well, so the actual deadline for delivery is even sooner. It seems this year's winter will be quite cold. It isn't unusual for the factories to be located in mountains. This is from back in the day. Before you could just drop shit online.
Still probably.
You probably still want a master copy. It's possible for the factory could be shut down because of snow and the master disc won't reach us in time.
さあさあバトラスさんは執筆を始めようではありませんか。
Come now, Battler-san. You should start writing.
この要望をすべて満たす新シナリオ。
A new scenario that meets all of these demands.
ああ、 しもお許しいただけるのでしたら、
And if you would allow it,
ぜひ私にワイルドな海賊船船長に
Yes! 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 Yes!
な見せ場をお許しいただけると嬉しいですな。
I would be most pleased if you were to write that I become the wild captain of a pirate ship and voyage to the ends of the earth.
できたら私も
Then
17歳と戦災記念ライブとかはやらせてもらえたら嬉しいかも。
I would be happy if you allowed me to perform a 17-year and a 1,000-year commemoration live concert. Umineko predicted Yakuza pirates in Hawaii.
おいおい、
Hmm?
声が小さいぞ。
Did you say something? I can't hear you.
後ろ宮バトラからも要望よろしいでしょうか。
Can Ushinomiya Battler ask for something too?
おや、なんでしょう。
Hmm? What is it?
これ
Can we please have
夢落ちってことでお願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
an ending where the whole thing was just a dream? Battler, that would piss everybody off so much.
ダメです。
Nope.
Yes.
図に乗ってました。マジで謝ります。
I got carried away. I sincerely apologize.
助けてください。ワルギリア様、ロノベ様。
Please save me, Virgilia-sama, Ronobe-sama.
仕方ありませんね。
Oh dear, I suppose we have no choice. His pukuku this time was hilarious. I gotta... Wait, put on the headphones.
Alright, hang on.
Oh wait, after I get past this, I'll be able to replay it.
代筆をご希望でしたら、もちろんお引き受けいたしますよ。
If you wish for us to lead the episode, of course we will undertake that task.
ただし、シナリオには私どもの要望も加わりますが。
However, we will add our own demands to the scenario as well.
See, he couldn't hear that particular pukuku. I have to... After this line, I can show him how it sounded.
この際なんだって構わん。
Okay, okay.
代筆をご希望でしたら、
That was a good one, right?
お引き受けいたしますよ。ただし、シナリオには私どもの要望も加わりますが。
He's practicing. I'll accept anything. It's so wet. It kind of is, yeah.
代筆を
Pukuku is such a one-piece laugh. No wonder Mans wants to be a pirate. Yeah, good for him, honestly. I mean, Erika already got to be a pirate. Let him have his turn. He's got the one-piece laugh.
なんでそんな薄気味悪い目で俺を見る。
Oh, what's with the horrifying faces?
ルドバット、
Oh no, is it Battler's turn to get sexualized? Rudobat.
ゴーバッ
Go Bat. Wait! Is this what you were talking about, Cece? Virgilia, no! You'll get canceled! No! Virgilia, you're gonna get canceled! No! They'll write you up on Tumblr, Virgilia! No! You can't say that! Rudobat, go bats. Problematic for Joshi Queen. Dan, you have to come back. This is the one you were talking about. The beginnings of Fujo Virgilia.
Make sure to remember Ronobat as well.
何の話だ。
What on earth are you on about? Virgilia does this multiple times? There's multiple Fujo Virgilia side stories? Virgilia the goat? What on earth are you on about? What's all this about bats? Bats 490. Obviously. Is this some kind of new verbal tick? Ah! Yeah, this is... Notification of urgent recruitment for episode 6 scenario writer. Please send a text file between 25,000 and 300,000 characters. Ah! Ronove is either a Fudanshi or a pervert, and either way I stand. You understand, Ronove is the goat. Actually, that was the best possible way that could have ended. Oh my god. Well, that was the first 2.5 hours of the stream. That was interesting. Dojin debut. This is a scam. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, that was something else. Anyway, that was the first 2.5 hours of the stream was one of these. Oh, it's time for Nero to get fed. Jessica and the Love Charm. Oh, she had the Mother's Day present curse, and now it's time for the Love Charm. Jessica is struggling to make up with her friend after an argument. Perhaps the demons of love could help her out? Is calling these two again really a good idea? Ooh, so these two are connected.
Calling them again.
Huh? What did you say?
They really did say she's just making the same mistakes.
Jessica to ai to koi to no. Our hearts are magnanimous. Even though the summoning circle was a bit off, we don't mind. For nothing surpasses the power of love. Who would have thought I'd be bothering you two again? Jessica had once again used Kinzo's grimoire to summon those two demons. Magic to make amends with a friend you've quarreled with? A boy? Or perhaps a girl? It's a girl. Why? Ah, splendid! Wonderful! The love between two maidens. Is Rowan still here? Rowan is truly being rewarded today. First it was Goda, then Natsuhi. Then Fujo Virgilia, and now this. Even if a few claim such a thing is wrong. People who love each other are always in the right. Zepar and Furfur are really out here like love is love. We will wholeheartedly support you. No. You're misunderstanding. Wait, seriously? You're really just friends? How boring. And it's a bit outside our expertise, don't you think? But if we're making her love bear fruit, it's important to add someone to support her. Without a doubt. Her love for the servant Kanon is the forbidden love with a servant. Increasing the number of allies is the first step towards a great romance. No, Saku and Kanon have nothing to do with each other at all. Asking those two suspicious demons for help again really wasn't a great idea, was it? Jessica could only scratch her head, but the two demons were already invested in this. Alright then. Jessica prepared herself and decided to ask the demons for advice. A few days ago, at her school in Ichima, Jessica had quarreled with her friend Saku over something trivial. It was only a tiny difference in opinion, a truly meaningless fight. If both sides had only apologized, then everything could have been laughed off. But the chance to apologize had passed, and the awkward atmosphere between the two had already lasted a week. Jessica and Saku both believed they'd done no wrong, and thus neither one apologized. But both of them thought they would forgive each other if the other one apologized. Of course, that wasn't going to work out anytime soon. Just as she was agonizing over whether there was a chance to make up, she'd remembered the creepy grimoire Kinzo kept in his library. If I ask these two weird demons summoned by the grimoire, I have no way of knowing whether their magic will do me any good. It might end up being a repeat of Mother's Day. We understand! This will be your first step in your love with Kanon. The first step in a great strategy of love must be bold yet cautious. You'll reconcile with Saku, who will then become a dependable companion, someone who will greatly support your love. Getting more and more into it, the two demons took a variety of suspicious, potentially cursed props out of their magic pockets and arranged them in a row in front of her. No! Please, I don't need any of this. Just help me make up. I don't need any grand strategies. No, that just won't do it all. We're two of the 72 great demons. What's even the point of summoning us if the only thing you want is to just make up with a friend? I knew relying on demons was a stupid idea. This was completely pointless. Well done, you two. You can go back now. That's not how this works at all! You have summoned the great Zephard Furfur! We cannot leave without granting your wish! Being dismissed otherwise would be inexcusable! I appreciate it. I just don't want you to complicate things even further for me. It appears that you have summoned us for performing some simple magic. Yes, exactly. Something simple will do fine. For example, you could teach me some kind of a spell. With our vast magical power, we can't do simple things. So we'll just teach you to do it yourself. Perhaps you would like us to lend you the grimoire? The grimoire? This grimoire is really great. It's perfect for beginners with all kinds of simple magic recorded inside.
ささやかな効果だけれど、その代わり簡単に誰でも使えるの。
Even though the effects of the magic are small, since it's simple, anyone can use it.
それには友達との仲直りの魔法も載ってる？
Is there magic to make friends reconcile in here?
もちろん。
But of course!
他に友達の足の小指をタンスにぶつける魔法とか、友達が居眠りをした時、先生に必ず怒られる魔法とか、いろいろ載ってるよ。
There's also the magic to make your friend stub her toe on the locker door, magic for making your friend fall asleep so that the teacher would shout at her, and so much more.
仲直りの魔法だけで結構です。
Just the magic to make up is fine.
友達との仲直りの魔法はこのページだわ。
The reconciliation magic is on this page. This page.
確かにこれなら私にもできそう。
Oh, this looks simple enough that even I could do it.
本当に少女雑誌に載ってそうなおまじないって感じだぜ。
It looks like one of the spells from girls' magazines.
当然だよ。
But of course.
だって少女雑誌のおまじないは僕たち悪魔の魔導書をパクって書いてあるんだからね。
That's because the formulas of those spells are copied from our grimoires.
そうなのか。知らなかった。
Really? I had no idea.
雑誌のおまじないもバカにできないんだな。
I shouldn't have laughed at those magazines.
今度から真面目に読んでみよ
I'll take them more seriously from now on.
う。でも魔法の心得なんかない私にもおまじないって使えるのかな。
Although, can someone without magic experience like me even use spells?
問題ないわ。
No problem at all.
魔法は信じることが大切だから。
The most important part of magic is believing.
信じる力には魔力が宿る。
Belief hides magic power within.
この魔導書、魔法の世界へ第一歩を踏み出す初心者への入門書だからね。
Since this grimoire is written for absolute beginners,
真面目にやれば誰でも効果が出るよ。
it can work for anybody as long as you believe. Oh,
わかったよ。
I get it.
試してみるよ。
I'm gonna try using it.
ありがとう。
Thanks, you two.
じゃあね。頑張ってね。
Farewell.
見事仲直りができることを祈っているよ。
We hope the reconciliation with your friend goes smoothly. The demons disappeared, leaving the grimoire in Jessica's hands. It's worth a shot, though I should be careful.
と
Let's see.
友達と仲直りができる魔法。
Spell to reconcile with a friend.
なになに？
What?
靴下を。
Socks? Huh?
なんだこりゃ。
What the hell? Magic to reconcile with a friend. Imagine the person you want to reconcile with, then wear your socks inside out. Then, secretly, give that person a piece of candy you often eat. Nobody must find out about this. This should be a secret between you two. In this way, the magic's power will attract the two people to each other again, repairing their friendship that was growing distant.
やりゃできるが。なんだ
No,
こりゃ。
Jessica, belief. You need belief in order for this to work. Uh-oh. Sure, I can do this, but what nonsense. No, wait, I mustn't doubt the power of spells. They don't work if you don't believe they will. Just now the demons told me that the power of my belief will turn into magic.
これでサクと仲直りできるなら楽なもんだぜ。
Let's see if I can make up with Saku this
明
way.
日、早速試してみるか。
I'll find out tomorrow. Next day. School.
サク、その、ちょっといいかな。
Saku, could I see you for a sec?
何？
What? she had to give her the candy in secret without anyone else finding out. She called Saku to the corner of the hallway and made sure nobody can see them. What is this? It's candy. A gift for you. Please, don't think too much about it. Just have it. Oh, well, thank you. As it was required, she was wearing her socks inside out and secretly gave a piece of candy. Now the spell had to work. But by the way, Jessie, I apologize for before. I went too far. Saku! That wasn't your fault. I'm the one who should apologize. That was fast. Saku suggested to make up all by herself. The rest was easy. They both wanted to make up, so their friendship returned to normal very quickly. Aww. Oh, and thanks for the candy. It's delicious. Yeah. I brought a lot of these so we can share. Yay! Huh? Jessie, why are your socks inside out? I left in a hurry today and didn't notice. Wow, Jessie, you're something else. And that was that. The demon's grimoire did turn out to be useful. There were also a lot of other spells in it. Who knows what they do? I should check them out. Oh. Wow, there's all kinds of magic here. That night, Jessica was sprawled on the bed, flipping through the pages of the grimoire, finding a number of spells that interested her. And then on a certain page, Jessica's finger stopped. Hmm? The magic to make the person you love appear in your dreams? Any girl would be interested in a spell like that. Why Bertha knew it for this too? And Jessica was indeed a girl. Therefore, she was interested. How wonderful would it be if you could control your own dreams? And if you can dream of the person you love, that's especially amazing. This kind of simple spell, can it really make Kano-kun appear in my dreams? That's just great. Let's give it a try. Finally, after 8 episodes and all these side stories, what? We confirm that Jessica is indeed a girl. Girl confirmed. That's just great. Let's give it a try. Let's see here. Take some rose petals and wrap them in a handkerchief you often use. Let it absorb some moonlight, and then put it under your pillow. Ooh, that's a good one. And then, with it under your pillow, wrap yourself in blankets and think of Kanon. Narration pointing at Jessica, girl. At a glance, this looks ridiculous, but thanks to the previous spell, I was able to make up with Saku. If that wasn't a coincidence, but rather the power of the spell, this time will definitely work too. Alright, Kanon. I'll be waiting for you in my dreams. She said with determination, then turned off her lights and went to sleep. Wait, you're supposed to go outside to get the petals and the moonlight. So did Kanon show up in Jessica's dream? No, she didn't go outside and get the petals and the moonlight. Tweet, tweet. Jessica woke up to chirping sparrows. dream? Jessica hugged her pillow in a daze, momentarily unable to distinguish dreams and reality. What an amazing spell! Jessica blushed and buried her face in the blankets. Aww. That's just how amazing her dream was. It was wonderful enough that she didn't want to wake up. It's almost like the spell matters less than her belief in it. I know, Cece. I was just giving her a hard time. She and Kanon had shared tea that Shannon had prepared and cookies that Kumasawa baked, and chatted about music they liked as well as about life at school. Even though it was just a dream, Jessica talked to Kanon, and he smiled at her, showing interest in everything she talked about. Jessica bullying is fair and valid? I don't know if Rowan would agree with that. It was just a dream, but it made her extremely happy. Head still buried under the blanket, Jessica recalled that happy dream and smiled bashfully. What an amazing grimoire! But of course! After all, it's ours! Because we can still do it because she's a nerd. Yeah. She's also a jock. A jock nerd. A heart in love has magical power. You are now a remarkable witch of love. When did you two get here? Damn, Cece, sounds like you want Sunday to go real bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We gotta watch out. She thought she was talking to herself, but she suddenly noticed Zepar and Furfur being there. No, well, I was interested only in one spell, but we have no intention of blaming you. Young girls in love deserve the most wonderful of dreams. We are demons of love. Yamato bullying is more valid than Jessica bullying. That's true. Damn, no. Yamato's been through enough. A wish to reconcile with a friend is very boring, but dreaming about a lover, that's the kind of bittersweet wish we welcome. Well, thanks for the grimoire. It helped a lot. I managed to make up with Saku and see a wonderful dream. Oh, you're saying you don't need it anymore? Were those spells enough for you? You're summoning Zepar and Furfur for Yamato. Give some magic so Yamba can bloom for Basil. To be honest, I did want to use it once more for the last time. Hazel goes into the greenhouse and her rose bush is a crime scene. Oh no! They're all gone! Actually, she'd be okay if the roses were used for romantic purposes. She's like, well, they're doing somebody on the ship some good, you know. I've thought about that, CC. I've started to wonder if I should ask Jeremy if I'm on the fence of I would either ask Jeremy if they'd use the brief stop at Ceres for her to try to offload as much as the stuff in her room in the greenhouse as possible. On the other hand, I was like, she's gonna be so certain that they're gonna survive that she's gonna be like, everything will be fine. I was on the fence. Zepbar and Furfur pushing magic on Jessica like it's cool kids trying to get you to smoke weed. Yamato Hazel, you need to save the ship. We need to save the greenhouse. You don't think they're stopping just throwing Ceres crew out of the moving car? Damn it, I figured she wouldn't have time to offload her shit. So we've just got to make sure nothing bad happens to the silver bullet, that's all. What kind of a spell is that?
大好きな片思いの男の子を自分の夢に招待した女の子が
A girl?
次に望むことってなんだろうね
Invites a boy she loves to her dreams. What will be her next wish?
決まってるわ
But of
分
course.
かってるわよジェシカちゃん
We get it, Jessica-chan. Wink. It seemed the demons had long foreseen this development.
もうしばらくその魔導書を君に預けるよ
We'll let you keep the grimoire for a bit more then.
私たちも魔導書も恋する女の子に使ってもらえればその分だけ魔力が増すんだもの
Astra's the total opposite, packing everything she can possibly fit into a big bag. Under the sea, the pressure here is immense. A fish swims past. All the cool kids do drugs. All the good cool kids, you say? the pressure. If our grimoire is used by a girl in love, our magic power will increase.
ジェシカちゃんが大好きな人に素敵な夢を見てもらえるといいね
This time, we shall create a wonderful dream for the person who loves Jessica. If Sayo has a dream about Jessica, does she just assume that was Kanon's dream? As expected, they saw through me completely. Jessica found the last spell she was interested in. It was...
あったぜ
I found it!
これだ
Here it is!
相手に自分の夢を見せるおまじない
The magic to show up in the dreams of another person. Yes. The spell was the complete opposite of the one from last night. Instead of someone appearing in your dreams, you appear in theirs.
いくら僕年人のカノン君でも私の夢を見ちゃったりしたら意識しないわけにはいかないよね
If the quiet and unsociable Kanon dreams about me, he's sure to remember that.
そしてこれは恋
And he might even say something like, could this be love? Zepbar and Furfur would be very satisfied with this idea. Let's start right away. A spell to make someone dream of you.
何
Let's see. Put 3 drops of water on your face. Chant the spell, then jump on the spot 3 times. Then the person will dream of you. Even if you never bring it up, they will definitely remember their dream.
意外に簡単そうだぜ
So simple.
これでカノン君は私の夢を
I can make Kanon dream of me. Aww. Jessica laughed clumsily. Oh, she's so cute. This must work. I'll talk to him tomorrow.
おはよ
Good morning,
うカノン君
Kanon.
おはようございます
Ah, milady. Good morning.
今朝はずいぶん早起きですね
You're up quite early today.
まあねたまにはね
Yeah, that happens.
それよりさカノン君
By the way, Kanon,
ゆうべはどんな夢を見たのかな
Last night? What did you dream of? This is Kanon, so he might not answer honestly, but if he blushes, turns to the side, and says nothing in particular, I would be really happy with just that. Nothing in particular. Wait, what? What? Nothing? That can't be right. You must have seen at least something. Please, please remember. Well, I did see something. Gray. I saw things not with love. C not blue. L ratio, C is not blue. Like static on TV. That's all I ever see in my dreams, but why? Lol, C isn't blue. Get bodied, nerd. Jessica, you don't understand. There's a lot of personalities going on in there. Which one's having the dream? Who knows? That's so strange. Hmm? I followed the spell's instructions to the letters, so why? Why did every other spell work except this one? Jessica despaired that such an amazing spell failed. Is something wrong? A lady? No! Nothing! Was it because I didn't believe strongly enough? No way, my heart is filled with nothing but Kanon. They said that belief transforms into magic power? But if this spell didn't work, what good is this magic of love? What a disappointment. I'm going to give those demons a piece of my mind. Hey, Jessica! How did it go? Did you manage to invade Kanon's dream? Your love is very powerful. It's likely that Kanon's dream was wonderful. Yeah, right. It did nothing at all. Your grimoire doesn't work. Screw you two. It did nothing? Impossible! The two demons were positively shocked. Seeing this reaction made Jessica even sadder. Yup. Nothing at all. Kanon didn't dream of me. He told me he only saw something like TV static in his dream. Is that even a thing? No, it isn't. You must have messed up the spell. How could I even mess this up? I followed the instructions exactly. I put 3 drops of water on my face, said the spell, and jumped thrice. The spell is the thing on the picture, right? Roshto. Oh, did you pronounce the kanji wrong? Toshiro? Who on earth is that? Huh? What? What are you asking me? I don't know anybody called Toshiro. Wait, Goda. Goda's Toshiro, right? No, wait. I actually have heard that name somewhere. Oh, I see your mistake now. Jessica,
君はあまり説明書とかをちゃんと
did you read the instructions carefully?
私は字とか読むの得意じゃねえ。
I glanced over them. Why?
私なんか間違えた。
What was my mistake?
こ
You
の
see,
イラストの魔女が唱えてる呪文
the picture here is just an example. I had a feeling it had to be like the name of the person.
ここにちゃんと書いてあるよ。
Here, it says
好
clearly.
きな人の名前を逆さに唱えましょうって。
Oh, Roshito. Okay, I got it. Say the name of the person out loud backwards. Nonka. Nonka. Nonka, nonka. Huh?
好きな人の名前を逆さに。
I was supposed to pronounce Kanon's name
ロ
backwards?
ストロストって唱えるんじゃないの？
Not Roshito, Roshito?
だからウロスとは好きな人がトシロウさんの場合の一例だ。
Well, that example works for those who like people named Toshiro.
ジェシカの場合はんのかんのかかな。
I was close. I was close. It's not Nonka, it's Noka, Noka, Noka. In your case with Kanon, it would be Noka, Noka.
ちょっと発音しにくいけれどね。
Wow, that's a mouthful. Is that how it is?
騙された。
Wow, I'm an idiot.
騙してない騙してない。
Not at all, not at all. Jessica was very disappointed. Wait, does this? I hope this doesn't mean Goda had a dream about her. No! The two demons told her that she could just try again, but Jessica just shook her head. She decided not to rely on spells and invade Kanon's dreams using her own powers.
これがきっかけで私を好きになって
Instead of him falling in love with me because of a dream,
私を好きになってくれて夢に見てくれることの方が嬉しいもんな。
I want him to dream of me because he loves me.
恋にインチキなしだぜ。
I don't need your tricks.
頑張る。
I'll do fine on my own.
さらりと僕たちの存在意義を否定してくれたけど。
You have just denied us our very reason for existing, but
素敵な意気込みだわ。
your enthusiasm is impressive.
応援してるのね。
We'll be cheering for you, Jessica. The two demons disappeared. Go, Jessica! Conquer Kanon's heart and invade his dreams! Damn. How aggressive. How warlike. I knew it! It was Toshiro Goda. God damn it. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Goda Toshiro was extremely confused. I called it. Oh.
なあ、昨夜の夢は
What
一
in
体
the...
何だったのでしょうか。
What in the hell did I dream about last night? In that dream, I was flirting with a lady. We went on a vacation to a southern island and did a lot of romantic things. Goda-san, do you mind if I call you Toshiro? Yes, yes, I do mind, milady. I'm a servant. This kind of relationship is far too informal for me and... Ah, my hand! No! Goda was still single. He was in love with the kitchen. Suffering from the thoughts of forbidden love between master and servant, he worked harder than usual that day. Well, there you go, guys. Confirmation, Goda is single. And he got cursed with a bad dream. He served a cantaloupe as a dessert that night, and Jessica quite enjoyed it, but she had no idea it was related to the spell in any way. Poor Goda, that's worse than hell. Oh. Okay. Memories of the Lambda Delta. Lambda Delta is known as the Witch of Certainty. Well, the stream of humans wanting their desires granted her is certainly endless. We could get Goda's story. Oh god. Oh, we gotta make sure Dan's on hands on deck when I do this one. White Day. Oh, Cornelia. A tea party. Valentine's Day letters. Saktaro. 556. Comiket. Alright, let's do it. Memoirs of the Lambda Delta. Apparently I'll understand Lambda better after this. In gratitude for the letter from the other day, relevant fragments included. Memories of the Lambda Delta. Candy. Boredom is poison for us. So, to relieve it somewhat, I grant the desires of humans sometimes. I will grant you one wish. Oh, that sounds so bittersweet. These words alone could replace sugar for tea for 7 years. Those who hear those words from me get to enjoy their bittersweetness as well. Of course, I also enjoy it. Hearing the kinds of wishes they come up with. After all, it could happen that I'll end up meeting a new friend. Unfortunately, my expectations always end up being betrayed. That girl told me that expectations are similar to tea leaves. You can't make tea without them. It's just hot water. That's why any world must have an appropriate amount of expectations, hopes, and dreams. This was a fitting example for her. If there's too many tea leaves, the tea is even more disgusting to drink than raw hot water. That's why I'll use a proper quantity, the amount she taught me, or maybe just a bit less. I can't drink tea that's too bitter, so I don't add a lot of tea leaves. Can I really wish for anything? What's the catch? I'm sick and tired of such boring doubts. So, in secret, I turn an hourglass upside down. If the stupid human can't come up with even a single wish in 5 minutes, they're not good enough to turn into tea. So if the hourglass runs out, time out, goodbye. Here's one of the most annoying wishes that I encounter often. I want you to increase the number of wishes you can grant. They try to increase the infinity of 1 to infinity this way. Could it be that these stupid people somehow feel a sense of superiority in that if they approach creators? However, I get the exact opposite impression from this. I will grant you one wish, and one wish alone is enough to create an entire universe. Allow me to explain. You might only have one wish, but that doesn't mean you have to wish for a single countable thing. So when they start counting things, it becomes obvious that the miracles they are thinking of are worthless. What kind of boring things will a person like that wish for, even if they had 100 wishes? People like that are worthless. It's the same thing as with tea. If you reuse the same tea leaves 100 times over, it's obvious that the tea will become ever more diluted and unappetizing. So if someone makes this kind of a boring wish, I simply tell them, "Yes, all right, I'll grant your wish. See you later." Then I disappear, and they just keep waiting for me to come back, thinking of various different wishes, and then they die without even one of them being granted. Ah, idiots! After that, the next typical wish is, I want a lot of money. Obviously, this answer is also boring. What's so great about money? Do they think that a traveler in the desert, suffering from hunger and thirst, would jump in happiness seeing a wad of bills that they couldn't even eat or drink? This kind of narrow freedom is only useful within the framework known as the currency system. The narrow-mindedness of such desires, it's truly disappointing. Would a 25-cent coin be useful for a Japanese vending machine? Could you spend 100 yen at a street stall in Africa? When grieving for a loved one, would money help you fully forget them? I want love. I want happiness. Desires like these disappoint me too. I could just say, don't worry, you're already loved. You can already be happy, and that would make their wish come true. So stupid. Love and happiness are similar to air. They fill the world, but you don't notice them at all, as if they're not even there. So, people wishing for such obvious things disappoint me. And can I say something else? Love and happiness are as varied as people themselves. Love and happiness are just generic terms for an incredibly wide variety of different phenomena. These boring people are unable to explain their version of love and happiness without resorting to such abstract terms. So no matter how many decades they live, they won't ever actually get to feel neither love nor happiness. Idiots! I want to never lose to anyone. At first, that wish interested me slightly, but then I decided that to anyone is too much to ask for. You can't win if there's nobody to fight against. So as soon as such people would defeat their enemies, they'd lose their will to live. Even though I could create and destroy entire universes for them. Why do people's wishes never cross the limits imposed by human society? This is why they are humans, and not witches. Among all these boring people, I once met a girl who seemed to have potential. After spending a little while pondering, she said, "Please guarantee that my efforts will certainly not be in vain." Huh? What? I'm telling you that I can grant you any wish, but you want to do it yourself. You want me to guarantee that you'll succeed? What's the point? Sometimes people pretend to be philosophers and wish for things they themselves do not understand. She must be one of those types, I thought. Her efforts were not limited by numbers. She was asking for something similar to those who want infinite wishes. But deep inside her eyes, I saw something different from what I see in other people with this kind of wish. Even though the sand in the hourglass ran out, I decided to listen to her story a bit longer. I'm telling you, you can wish for anything and I will grant it instantly. You don't have to put forward any effort at all. Any wish at all is fine, but you do only get one. I'm pretty sure that's Shannon and Kanon talking at the same time.
私の努力が絶対に叶うという保証をください。
Any wish at all is fine, but you do only get one.
私の願い事は
I told you,
そういうものじゃないからです。
my wishes can't be counted.
叶えたい夢の数がいくつもいくつもあるということ？
You mean you want me to grant a large number of wishes?
欲張りな子ね。
How great, how greedy of you.
違います。
No,
私の至るべき到達点は
I have
た
a
った
single
一つです。
I have a single goal.
でもそこへ至る道は複雑でいくつもの峠を経るでしょう。
But the path to it is complicated, and many difficulties will arise on my way.
数えきれないくらいたくさん。
Infinitely many.
でも私はたった一つの到達点を誤ることなく目指し必ずたどり着いてみせるでしょう。
However, I believe that I can forge my path to my single goal without making any mistakes, and that I certainly will reach it.
違います。私の至るべき到達点はたった一つです。でもそこへ至る道は複雑でいくつもの峠を経るでしょう。きっと数えきれないくらいたくさん。でも私はたった一つの到達点を誤ることなく目指し必ずたどり着いてみせるでしょう。
Certainly reach the goal. That's not a wish anymore. Humans call this determination, and witches call it fate. Wishes that certainly come true don't exactly fit the term determination. This is perhaps better called predestination, but that's not something humans are capable of creating. I saw the radiance of a soul close to mine at that time. She wanted just a single thing, a wish that she would certainly be able to grant herself predestination. Make me believe in my own power. I thought this was interesting. I decided I could grant this wish. Before I did that, I thought I would double check just in case. I wanted to know the actual goal of her predestination, that she would certainly reach as she claims. Perhaps she hasn't surpassed the human level just yet. Perhaps she is just another boring person. But I've already gathered the tea leaves. I was certain that she would live up to my expectations.
教えなさいよ。
Tell me,
あなたの本当の願いは
what do you truly wish for?
何？あなたが絶対に叶えるという
What?
約束された運命とは何？
What do you want your fate to be?
私は神になります。
Oh, interesting. I will become a god. Well, Game Master equals God we went over in that cursed story, but that one word, it was enough to make me certain. I granted her wish. I guaranteed that her efforts would not be in vain. Her determination to me was already as good as fate, and to her, my guarantee has become fate as well. That's why everything she experiences from now on will be fate. But her fate actually has a weak point. Her determination is the root of her wish. So if she loses that, everything will end. And that's why we get Depresso Beatrice, huh? In episode 5. Besides, I did guarantee that her efforts won't be in vain, but I never specified just how much effort she would have to put forth. So it could take her an eternity, unless she gives up, of course. Well, anyway, make me a god. That's that kind of an honest wish would have gotten a perfect score from me. On the other hand, if I were to immediately turn a human into a god, their spirit would just fizzle out. A human would need to gradually get used to the pressure of being almighty, making short steps with their efforts. Perhaps our world is like an endless stepladder going down into a bottomless pit. You could go down slowly and cowardly, or you could hurry down to where the end is. But if you make a misstep, you will forever fall into the bottomless hell below. In a way, she was correct in taking the careful route. You see, it was just a little disappointing just how careful she was. Since I wanted her to hurry down to the depths I found myself in. That girl worked very hard. But I think I overestimated her after all. Unfortunately, she was far from reaching the world I hoped for. But that's okay, since she created a new witch and sent her to me. Beatrice? After that, I drifted through countless worlds for quite some time. Sometimes I found humans that seemed interesting, and so I asked them the same question. But I haven't met anyone who would ask for a wish that would surpass that of that girl. That is, until I met that child. Please turn me into a witch. Wow, how direct, yes. Those were the words I always wanted to hear. But again, I decided to double check. A witch? Oh. Do you want to fly through the skies on a broom? Or perhaps duplicate biscuits inside of your pocket? Of course, I would be capable of that. Once I become a witch, I will be able to do anything I want to. And now there's nothing that I cannot do. Because I am already a witch. I remember that their eyes had the radiance of an eyes of that little girl I missed so much. I felt the aroma of sweet tea leaves that I haven't felt for almost 1,000 years now. Wait, was that other little girl a Higurashi thing? And this is Beato? I was getting mixed up. I felt the aroma of sweet tea leaves that I haven't felt for almost 1,000 years now. That's right. They're the same as that girl. This person will grant, create, accomplish everything on their own. Their strong eyes had predestination in them. But even that little girl has stated that she's moving towards her goal, whereas this person boldly proclaimed that they have already reached it. They caught my interest. Wait a moment. You're saying you're already a witch? Are you implying that you have reached the same level as me, the witch of certainty who bears the title of lady? Know your place, you puny human! Yes, I am already a witch. I need but one thing. To be acknowledged and recognized as such by another witch. This wish is pretty much the same as that of that little girl. How brave!
なるほどね。あなたがそうだと自称する限り、誰にもあなたが魔女でないと否定することはできないでしょうね。
Right, a god isn't really Beatrice. That's probably like a Higurashi thing. How brave! I see. If you were given the title by another witch, it becomes impossible to deny, huh?
でも聞かせてほしいの。
But tell me this.
神も造物主も誰に認められずとも神であり造物主よ。
Creators remain creators, even if they aren't acknowledged or recognized by anyone.
そしてそれは魔女も同じはず。
Witches are the same.
誰が認めずともあなたが魔女であるならば、私が認めずとも
Whether or not I recognize you, you should remain a witch anyway.
そうでしょ?
Right? Yes. I have already started to surpass human limits. You could say that I am already a higher being than any human. But I need my superiority to be accepted by someone who is of an even higher rank than I am.
人間の域を超えたことは人間に認定できるけれど、
A human could tell you that you surpassed their
魔女
levels.
の域にまで至ったかどうかは魔女にしか認定できないということ。
But only a witch could tell you if you reached hers. Is that what you mean? Indeed. I am aware that I have transcended the human world and have entered a world above that as a witch. I would like you, as another witch, to acknowledge that.
魔女は魔女になるのにも魔女の推薦がいると。
You mean, to become a witch, you need the recommendation of another one?
面白いけど、じゃあ世界で最初の魔女は誰が認めてなったというのかしら。
That's very interesting, but then who would acknowledge the very first witch? Perhaps humans themselves granted the title of a witch to some being that surpassed them.
なら、私が認めなくても、あなたはすでに魔女だということになる。
So then, even if I don't recognize you, you are already a witch. Yes, I am already a witch. And so I need acknowledgement of a witch on a higher level than me.
難しいへりくつでごまかされてる気がするわ。
I feel like I'm being deceived with tortuous sophisms.
嫌だと言ったら
What if I refuse? Then I will force you to acknowledge me. Not even you will be able to deny that I am a witch.
人間風情がどのような魔法体系を生み出せたというの？
I wonder what kind of a compendium a human could create.
それを私に試させると。
Could I take a look? The aroma of sweet tea that surrounded this person reminded me of the chirping of birds in spring. After an extremely long journey, I realized that I had met a resilient witch, the kind that I haven't seen for a long time. Then, I plunged myself into studying the formulas of their magic compendium. And thanks to the bizarre explanations that only they themselves could give me, I understood that this person's magic was on a level far surpassing my own. Certainly, they're still a bit clumsy. Their magical world is still incomplete. However, the formula for its creation is flawless and possesses endless possibilities. It will probably take them a long time to learn to deal with this infinity, but without any doubt, the door for them was already open. And above everything, this witch has managed to create a compendium of magic in the human world. The more a witch seeks freedom and power, the more they are freed from any restrictions. What I mean by that is, of course, the restrictions imposed by the material world. In other words, they will be steadily moving away from the world of humans, like me and other witches of my rank did. However, this witch has managed to do that while in the world of humans. That is, they could step into our world in their human form. And besides, their composition formula is extremely deep. It's as if they're flying down into the bottomless depths while holding an umbrella that doubles as a parachute. Those same depths that I had to descend to using a stepladder for 1,000 years, taking one step after another, and they're flying fast. Of course, there's the danger of the umbrella breaking, in which case they will fall into hell just like that. Because of their recklessness, because of my dislike for this type of humans combined with my interest for this new wish, I started to shed light on a world yet unknown to even me, and felt honored to taste tea that was this sweet. Here's something I thought of. I believe that all beings are placed somewhere between the two extremes, the side that creates fate and the side that follows it. Humans are the ones that follow. They're stupid, helpless, unable to create anything worthwhile. However, they have a solid ground to stand on. This ground doesn't betray them, so they can live without fear of falling into hell. The side that creates fate is the creators, the omniscient and almighty. But the fact that they can create anything and have no restrictions placed upon them means that they also don't have the restriction of the ground under their feet. Beings that have no restrictions imposed upon them lose even the restriction of meaning. The very concept of life and death disappears for them, and they reach the limit of zero. Or else they fall, crumble, vanish, like mist. I think that witches belong somewhere in the middle. We create fate and play around with it. We have fun with that freedom, but we still accept certain limits and restrictions, giving us some footing so that we wouldn't fall down. Those witches that aren't afraid of falling are much more powerful than I am. Will this person become a teacup that relieves just a moment of the endless boredom on my 1,000-year journey? Or will they shine a light on depths someone as cowardly as me could never reach? Will they become a witch that far surpasses who I am, and show me an unknown new world? Well, I don't really care. If we were to assume that I am not a traveler headed towards hell, but instead a disaster victim trying her hardest not to drown, then for me, this person is a splendid piece of wood to hold on to. Will they become my savior and take me into an unknown world? Or are they just another cup of tea to make my day more elegant? Very well. I have no complaints. I recognize you as a witch. Upon the name of Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty. As long as your magical world remains certainly magical, I will continue being your guardian. It would be a waste to drink tea this delicious on my own. I have to call my friend. I should surprise her with a wonderful tea party. Is this how tea party number 1 happens? Look at the Lambda Delta kitty emoji. The 2 kitty ears and one is Lambda and one is Delta. Very cute. Lambda Delta kitty cat. Note, Lambda Delta's signature. Oh, well, that's fascinating. That's a big thinker. That's one to revisit. Well, certainly the second one was about Beato. I don't know if Rowan's still here. I could go into the Goda one. Or I could go for, Thanksgiving. Okay, Goda time. I am writing things down so that I can forget them. I hope that only I have to know about any of this. That chef. Since they're known as the 7 Izu Islands, I originally believed that the Izu Archipelago actually does consist of 7 islands and nothing more than that. At first I was told that Rokonjima was a rather small island. However, my poor imagination drew me a picture of a tiny island with a single palm tree on it when I heard that. Compared to that, Rokonjima was actually quite vast. The coastline of the island was a little over 10 kilometers or 6 miles. The overall length of the island would be almost 3 kilometers, 2 miles. On a map, it'll certainly look small, but when you take into account that it's a private island with only the mansion of the Ushiromiya family built there, its vastness becomes something unimaginable. I often remember how the presence of the imposing mansion on the other side of that beautiful rose garden greatly surprised me when I first arrived here. Not even in my wildest dreams could I imagine that my life as a cook will lead me to a mansion of billionaires. That was like a manga or a fairy tale. In the first place, I was an unlucky person. I worked at a restaurant in a well-known hotel, and it was a wonderful job, full of both pride and tension. It was a place where wonderfully talented cooks competed with their skills. The bonds between us were even stronger than our pride or any tradition. But everything collapsed when the head chef, who united everyone with his strong charisma, suddenly retired due to illness. For us cooks, our skills and pride mean everything, and the only people we can respect are cooks that surpass us. That's why, under this head chef's control, we all performed our work as one, no matter how impatient, inflexible, or young we were. So perhaps this was an inevitable consequence of the head chef suddenly retiring. We have split into several factions. We expected the most popular person in the kitchen to become the next head chef. He was highly valued for his achievements, skills, and leadership over the enthusiastic juniors. However, he was also strong-willed. He didn't get along very well with the hotel management. The management needed a cook who would show acceptable results within suitable budgets and deadlines, not someone who would produce an amazing result at the cost of ignoring those. This clash of priorities became a problem. The candidate that the management ended up choosing was an opportunist. He was more interested in showing his subservience to the management than actually making food. Instead of improving his cooking skill, he was only spending time on figuring out how to get a promotion. In the end, this man became the head chef. The person all of us wanted to see in that position instead ended up as his assistant. We couldn't accept this result, but we decided to keep working under these conditions for a while to see how things would turn out. However, the difference between him and his predecessor was immediately obvious, which caused the cooks to explode in frustration. Many did not approve of his method that ignored their pride as cooks, and of course that included me. Before long, assistants and sympathizers both decided to force the management to negotiate by slapping them with our resignation letters. At this point, it didn't seem like we had any other choice. Back there, I was the youngest, but I still wouldn't lose to anyone, neither in skill nor in pride. Thinking back on it, I think I didn't quite grasp the fact that I was not only a cook, but also an employee of the hotel. At first, the assistants weren't interested in such careless methods. Later, I understood. The young people like me were very enthusiastic about this chance at a revolt against the new head chef. But the end result was not what we expected. The management talked some of the assistants out of quitting, and they didn't join in on our revolt. After that, the hotel decided to clear the kitchens of the remaining dissidents. They talked the most useful and skillful people out of resigning, and purposefully overlooked the attempt at a revolt. I didn't understand how they could do such a thing to us. But for the hotel, this was the obvious decision to make. We, the young ones, have been insulting our colleagues who decided not to participate. We called the assistants traitors and started planning a counterattack against them, but a cook is a cook because he cooks. Amen, brother. Otherwise, he cannot make a living. Starting with the calmer ones, one by one, they quietly backed out from that uproar and disappeared after getting another job. Only then did I realize just how inexperienced I was. The title of a former cook in a prestigious restaurant can be both a weapon and a burden. Finding a new job wasn't easy. I tried to find employment at restaurants and hotels of the same level, but all participants of this industry have strong horizontal bonds. Details of all the trouble we caused were already well known, and I heard there were even some circulating letters that stated that if they hired anyone who was involved, their relations would have to be reconsidered. Shit. There was nothing indicating that I could call myself a cook ever again. Damn. Huh. Sorry, I'm absorbing the information. One day, suddenly, I got a call from a young man who sympathized with me and resigned at the same time I did. He told me that a certain multimillionaire was looking for a live-in cook. The pay wasn't bad at all, but I got the impression that the working conditions would be rather severe. The young man told me this to return to a past favor. From what I understood, they were looking for a full-time and very skillful cook. However, very skillful cooks would already have a job that wouldn't leave them any free time. They would also have bonds of gratitude with their workplace, which means they'd never thoughtlessly resign just because pay somewhere else was better. In other words, it was a perfect job offer for someone like myself. Working as a full-time cook on a remote island didn't sound bad. Besides, my financial situation didn't allow me to be picky anymore. Furthermore, such a high status would satisfy my youthful pride. Thus, I applied as a cook to the Ushinomiya family. Ten more were gathered there besides me. If I recall correctly, I was the oldest person there. I thought I was still young, and being among a bunch of people younger than myself was awkward. But the young ones had a lot of inspiration. If they had more experience, they would probably become wonderful cooks. In terms of experience, I really had the upper hand here. Also, I was highly valued for my skills when serving the customers, which I learned with the previous head chef. The difference between a cook that never leaves the kitchen and a cook that brings food out to VIPs and even chats with them is obvious. That's why I felt that I would get this job. There was still the chance that they would pick someone young because habits from other workplaces will cause trouble, or something like that. In the end, it was really up to luck. Later, Madame Natsuhi told me she gave the final word that I'll get the job. Because Goda's hot, obviously. And I could see a smile on her face. Aww. And thus I became the full-time cook who would serve the Ushinomiya family. For the duration of the contract, I could not offer my food to anyone except this family, which helped stimulate my pride even more. Nobody will see my cooking except the Ushinomiya family. Not bad. And thus started my second life at the Rokenjima mansion. Well, my troubles as a cook and as a servant would be very tedious to read and uninteresting to keep writing about. It would be too boring. That's why I decided to write down interesting things about my working life in Rokenjima. And the most interesting thing is, no doubt, the legend of Beatrice, the Golden Witch. All over Japan, wherever you are, there are stories about curses and such. Of course, the hotel I used to work at also had plenty of these. So the first time I heard the story at my new job, I smiled bitterly and thought, oh, not this again. But this story was different from others. Most such horror stories in Japan focus on ghosts or yokai. This legend of Beatrice, the Golden Witch, was different enough from that to make me uncomfortable. However, this mansion of the Rokenjima family gives you a sensation of anachronism. So even if a ghost like Oiwa-san with her head wrapped in a triangular bandage were to come out, you'd probably only snicker at her instead. Alright, so Oiwa-san, have you ever seen the, Hokusai woodblock print of, like the lantern that looks like the face of a ghostly lady? Or like the kind of historical looking Japanese woman ghost with a messed up eye? That's Oiwa. So she has a very, very messed up story, one of the most famous Japanese vengeful ghost stories. So worth looking her up, even though the story's pretty gnarly. Just to warn. very influential on J-horror. Perhaps ghost stories do suit a mansion like this one. They say that the lady from the portrait in the reception hall wanders about the mansion every night. They say that this lady rules this mansion at night, that if you don't respect her, you'll meet a cruel fate, and so on. I've heard that a servant once spoke ill of Lady Beatrice, and that this very same servant ended up retiring soon after with a serious injury. In other words, anything bad that happens to this island may get attributed to the curse of Lady Beatrice. Further expanding on that, it means that whenever something bad happens, the one who gets the blame is the person who doesn't respect her. I quickly figured that out and made sure to act like I respected Beatrice deeply. But in my heart, I sneered at her, since there was no way something so absurd existed. Uh-oh. This ghost story of Beatrice was blindly accepted by the senior servants. Well, yeah, it's because they know. Respect her or you'll be cursed. Thanks to phrases like that, it felt like a person might die an unnatural death if they don't respect the wish. There's a strong aura warning us not to speak ill of Lady Beatrice and not to take her lightly. Even chatting about her over tea wasn't something we ever did. As you can see, all these three are people who were in on it. As strange as it may be, if you live among people like this for a long time, you start to think like them. I was starting to become afraid that one day, during my usual night patrol, I might pass by in front of that huge portrait and her eyes would glare at me. Even so, I was above these simple horror stories. Or so I thought. The night rounds are difficult since we have to check if all the doors and windows are closed inside of this huge mansion. Oh yeah, Sayo coming behind and opening all the windows, haha. On the other hand, the family was already asleep, and I could relax somewhat as a servant. That's the echo of Kinzo in the distance. One night, when I was passing by the reception hall, I saw a silhouette disappearing towards the grand staircase. I heard footsteps, too. Since I had thought that Master and Madam were already sleeping, and I was kind of slacking around, I got greatly flustered and tense. That floating shadow left the impression of a female figure. Among the servants, there's no one with a silhouette like that, so I automatically thought it was Madam or Milady. It seemed that the silhouette was wearing a negligee. However, when I think carefully, that was quite a strange story. Madam is an extremely serious person, and always said that the corridors inside the mansion were the same as public roads. In other words, she meant that people shouldn't walk around in corridors in informal clothing such as pajamas. Actually, even when the people of the Ushinomiya family were at home, they were always using formal garments. At home, one should relax and wear more comfortable clothes, but such logic didn't apply to this family. I actually have seen Madam chewing Milady out for having her clothes out of shape. So after thinking carefully, I concluded that no such silhouettes were supposed to exist in this mansion. The more I think about it, the less likely it seems that it was a person from the mansion. Then who on earth did I see? Was it really Lady Beatrice? I saw the silhouette in the reception hall. In other words, in front of her portrait. After some time passed, I felt even more scared than the moment I saw the silhouette.
Kanon-san.
Kanon,
今はお暇ですか?
do you have a minute?
道具を洗って片付けたら大階段の掃除をするつもりですが。
I'm washing and tidying up the tools, after which I plan to clean the grand staircase. Why? Yeah, sorry, Cece. I would have loved your commentary, though. There was a... That's one to reread a few times. He is a servant who uses the alias of Kanon, and who is allowed to wear the one-winged eagle. From the very start, I thought I wouldn't be able to get along well with him, and now I didn't even want to try anymore. However, that moment was so unusual that I wanted to discuss it with him. That pretty strongly hinted at what Miranda was talking about. I'm saving the paste bin until after the stream. But that one is one I think I need to read a few times. Do you know who was the first girl that Lambda talked to in that story from Higurashi? Anyway, however, that moment was so unusual that I wanted to discuss it with him. He's been serving the Ushinomiya family longer than I have, and he knows the details about the horror story of Beatrice. Even so, I can't help talking to him as if I'm his superior. To sum it up, I didn't like talking to him very much. But for now, I just wanted to talk to someone about my experience. I don't care what he says to me. I won't be able to calm down until I talk to someone. I see. Now I understand the feelings of the barber who couldn't help but shout that the king has donkey ears. Takano! Oh, I figured it was, I thought... I guess I still don't know enough about Higurashi. I thought Lambda Delta was Takano. But that's alright. I thought that was, Rika or, Ow, but I guess I don't know enough. It's complicated. Okay, okay. I think I saw Lady Beatrice tonight. Has that ever happened to you, Kanon? Kanon's like, oh shit, they saw me in the nightgown. Oh shit. He remained silent and stared at me motionlessly as if evaluating me. He's like, oh shit, Goda saw me in the nightgown, whoops. It was as though he was a cat pondering about whether to stay or to run away. When I started to think he was just ignoring me, Kanon answered. Lambda is not literally Takano or Satoko or Sayoko, etc. Burn is not literally Rika. Okay, okay. Why they look like them, though? Once, when I was doing the rounds during my shift late at night, I saw a golden butterfly. A golden butterfly? They say that when Lady Beatrice appears, they fly around to announce her presence, right? Funny reasons, okay. So Kanon's like, alright, time to keep spreading the legend. That was what I heard. They say that butterflies that shine of gold are an omen of Lady Beatrice's appearance. that story was very similar to the will-o'-the-wisps that appear before a ghost shows up. But unlike the will-o'-the-wisps, golden butterflies don't have an ominous image associated with them. I would actually want to see such a beautiful thing at least once if it really exists. However, if I happen to meet them during a night round all alone, I'm sure they'd look really ominous.
古い使用人たちの間では、黄金の蝶はベアトリーチェ様の現れる先触れである。
The old servants say that the golden butterflies announce the appearance of Lady Beatrice.
そしてその後を追えば、ベアトリーチェ様に出会えるだろうと言われています。
And that we might meet her if we follow them.
その後を追ってはならないとも言われています。
But they also tell us not to follow.
だからカノンさんは後を追わなかった。
So, Kanon, you didn't follow after them?
はい。
No.
それはベアトリーチェ様に対し不敬に当たりますので。
Going after them would be the same as disrespecting Lady Beatrice.
その後を追った使用人が確か大怪我をして辞めたんでしたっけ？
If I remember, a servant who followed after them had a serious injury and resigned, right? Golden butterflies also don't inflict burn with 85% accuracy.
そう聞いています。
Yes, I have heard of that.
ベアトリーチェ
Will-o'-the-wisp?
敬う者には寛大ですが。
That's true, very
そ
different.
れを書く者には残酷だそうですので。
Lady Beatrice is kind to those who respect her, but cruel to those who do not. Kanon's mood hinted that even talking so much about Lady Beatrice was a really bad idea. It was beyond his usual dislike toward me.
貴重な時間を失礼しましたね。
Your actual guess is that they're like funny inversions of Higurashi in a way? The villain is certainty coded and the heroes are miracle coded. So Umineko plays with those expectations by showing that those concepts aren't inherently good or evil. That's your interpretation at least? Oh, and so when Burn Castle becomes all nasty, it's... Okay, I see how it is. Interesting. Sorry for wasting your time.
多分あれは私の見間違いだったのでしょう。
I guess I made a mistake. That's also the sense you get from the Higurashi sequel anime, asking you to reassess your simplistic understanding of morality from decades prior. Sorry for wasting your time. I guess I made a mistake.
多分奥様かお嬢様が寝巻き姿で歩かれたのを見て勘違いしてしまったのでしょう。
Perhaps it was Madam or Milady wearing pajamas.
奥様やお嬢様がそのような姿で廊下に出られることは断じてあり
Madam
ません。
or Milady would absolutely never go out in the corridor wearing such clothing. However, I would.
しかし私は姿を見ました。
But I did see a figure.
白いネグリジェを着た女性のようなイメージだった。
It was like that of a woman wearing a negligee. Yeah, it was me.
奥様とお嬢様の寝巻きにそのようなものは聞いていません。
I don't think Madam or Milady even have clothes like that. It's possible that this was the answer I actually wanted to hear. That female silhouette was neither Madam nor Milady. Could it really have been Lady Beatrice? I don't understand. I don't want to acknowledge the existence of witches just because of this. I need to figure out whose shadow it was. You're staring at him. Perhaps this intention of mine was reflected on my face, because Kano noticed it and warned me. Butterflies also didn't used to have 75% accuracy before 2013. Damn, Will-o'-the-Wisp used to suck. Goda-san. It didn't even do damage. Do not say anything.
ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜するような行為は包まれた方が身のためかと思います。
For your own good, You should be careful with acts that might insult Lady Beatrice, because if you tell Natsuhi, and she's like, who the fuck is flouncing around with a nightgown in the middle of the night, I'm gonna up surveillance, then Sayo might get caught. And it would suck on my mission to make everybody believe more in Beatrice. There was a World Finals that was famously lost because Will-o'-the-Wisp missed 3 times in a row. Damn. Aren't there, like, attacks that have higher chances of burning than that? Or maybe not. That'd be kind of broken. But damn. You should be careful with acts that might insult Lady Beatrice.
Masaka, masaka.
No, not at all. No.
そんなつもりはありませんよ。
I wasn't intending to do anything of the sort. Alright, finally, we got a Moe Goda moment.
僕も以前
I, too, not so long ago,
ベアトリーチェ様の存在を
have doubted the existence of Lady
カノン
Beatrice.
さんが
Huh? Even you, Kanon?
はい
Yes.
今
You got
ゴ
the
ーダ
sus
さんが持って
music.
いる感情と同じです
I had the same opinion you did.
古い使用人たちが敬え敬えと繰り返す謎の魔女の存在に疑問を感じたことがあります
I was doubtful of the existence of this mysterious witch and confused by the insistence of the old servant to respect her.
もしその正体があるならば暴いてやろうとさえ
I even thought about discovering her true face, if she had one. That was unexpected. I was thinking that Kanon believed in Lady Beatrice blindly, but now he's telling me that he had doubts about her existence in the past. Yeah, we gotta push in the Kanon characterization. Now I was even more worried.
そのカノンさんがなぜ信じることに
And why do you believe now, Kanon?
魔女にしかできない奇跡を見せられたからです
Because I was shown a miracle that only a witch could possibly do. I know, Sayo filling in backstory in real time, exactly.
いえ奇跡じゃない
No, not a miracle.
あれは警告でした
It was a warning.
その存在を疑い冒涜する僕にベアトリーチェ様が警告されたのです
A warning from Lady Beatrice herself not to doubt or insult her.
その話
Sorry,
聞いてもいい
but
ですか
could you tell me about this in detail? He went silent once again. However, I wanted to do something about the haze in my heart, so I didn't give up. I kept insisting, and he told me about the story of how he started to believe in the witch. He's like, okay, stop asking me for details. I gotta make this up on the fly. In short, it went like this. Alright, what will you make up on the fly? One day, he was cleaning the gardening storehouse. He forgot to put the key of the storehouse back into the key box in the servant's room, and went to bed with it in his pocket. You can only open and close the storehouse with this one single key. There's no spare, and master keys don't work with this lock. In other words, nobody should have been able to enter the storehouse that night. Next morning, in order to do the maintenance in the rose garden, he opened the gardening storehouse to get the tools and was shocked. The thoroughly cleaned interior of the gardening storehouse was transformed into an utter mess. And there was an eerie drawing on the floor of something that looked like a magic circle in blood-like red paint.
そんなバカなことが
What an absurd
カノ
story.
ンさんが鍵をずっと持っていたなら園芸倉庫は密室ではありませんか
If you had the key the whole time, the storehouse was a closed
誰
room.
にも倉庫内をめちゃくちゃにしてそんなおかしな図形を描けたわけもない
Nobody would be able to make a mess inside or draw such strange
僕
pictures.
も当時は信じられませんでした
I also couldn't believe it back
シャッ
then.
ターを開き まるで竜巻が通り過ぎた後のような倉庫内がそこにあり、
Even to this
不気味な
day,
魔法陣が描かれていた時の衝撃は
I remember the shock I
今も忘れられま
experienced
せん。
from opening the storehouse and seeing both the mess that only a tornado could have made and the eerie magic circle.
確かに、そんなことがあったら薄気味悪くて仕方ない。
Of course. In a situation like this, it couldn't have not looked eerie.
しかし、こうは考えられませんか？
But is there truly no simple explanation such as you lied to
そ
me?
れがあなたを驚かすための手の込んだいたずらだという可能性も。
It could have just been an elaborate prank someone prepared to frighten you.
いたずら？
A prank?
ええ、そうです。
Yes,
あ
precisely.
なたはお若い。
You are young.
他の使用人たちにからかわって、そういういたずらをされたのでは？
To tease you, the other servants could have played a prank on you, couldn't they?
でも鍵は僕が持っていた。
But I had the key.
あの晩に限ってだけは誰も倉庫に入れたわけもない。
At least during that night, there's no way anyone could have entered the
カノン
storehouse.
さんがご存じないだけで、もう一つスペアキーがあるということもあるんじゃないですか？
Couldn't there be a spare that you simply don't know about?
いいえ、ないはずです。
Go to like, I'm being helpful, smile. There should be no such thing.
それを言い切れますか？
Why are you so certain?
カノンさんはスペアキーはないと信じてる。
You believe that a spare doesn't exist,
しかし、ないは証明できない。
but you can't prove that.
実はカノンさ
We
ん
got
が
the
知らない
devil's
だけで、
proof. Go to
スペ
over
アキー
here.
は存在するんじゃないでしょうか。
Go to over here, devil's proof gaming. Perhaps a spare key exists and you simply don't know about it.
そう考えれば、その不可解な密室事件は誰かのいたずらで説明できますよ。
This allows us to explain the incomprehensible closed room as someone's prank. Go to over here like ikaga deshou ka? Ladies and gentlemen. I felt like I was the greatest detective to ever live. Yeah, he's having an Erika moment right now. Kanun didn't object against my explanation. My mood improved and I ended up criticizing Lady Beatrice. Witches don't exist. Oh no, Gota's shit's about to get fucked. Oh no. Witches don't exist. Surely it was a misunderstanding. All of the incomprehensible incidents that the witch is allegedly responsible for could be explained with simple tricks or coincidences. Oh, Sayo is plotting to ruin your whole day. Oh no! Poor Gota! Gota's so fucked, oh no. I'll never forget the wide-eyed expression Kanon showed me at that moment. It was as if he said, "You'll never get away unharmed after saying such dreadful things." It was as though he was frightened by my stupidity. A face like that uncanny expression of his, got stuck in my heart as a thorn. I froze and remained like that for a while. Oh god. What she got in for him. And then one day, when I was starting to forget the pain of that thorn, it was a rare day when Master Kinzo was out. Master Kraus, Madam, and Milady were also absent because of a trip. Meaning the whole Ushinomiya family was gone from the island. What if this was around the time Kinzo died? Oh wait, no, but Jessica's also gone. Maybe they are on a trip. Maybe they went to Taiwan. That'd be nice. Because of that, the shift chart had only a few people assigned. So that day, only Genji and I were on duty. Genji and... Oh, you're fucked, bro. Oh. They often say that when the cat's away, the mice will play. It really was a very pleasant day. Oh, He's munching on a pleasant little piece of cheese. Oh, how delightful. Genji never left the servant room and was busy with paperwork. So I was secretly but carefreely strolling through the rose garden with a beer can and a persimmon. Oh, how delightful! Let's go, Coda. Have a wonderful day. He's my little cheese boy for sure. Exactly. It was a really pleasant, wonderful day, and I wish that I could have a day like this at least once a week. A beer can and a persimmon go to Moe, I agree. The only thing I had to do was cook for myself and Genji, which was a piece of cake. The cooking wasn't too troublesome, so having such a rare opportunity, I cleaned the kitchen more diligently than usual, and was rewarded with a reflection of my wide smile in the sparkling kitchen sink. Genji was in charge of patrolling, so when I was finished with my work, I returned to the servants' room, and to get rid of the daily fatigue, I took a shower. Go to shower scene. Not that I was particularly tired after just having a drink in the rose garden. He's just having a spa day. Suddenly, the phone rang. I thought that calling at this hour meant that it was something urgent. But Genji never calls in the middle of the night. Even if something urgent happens, he'd rather avoid the phone call and go knock on the door of the person he had business with. I wondered what must have happened for Genji, of all people, to call. Oh my god, it's the man from 19 years ago. In a rush, I covered myself with a bath towel and picked up a phone. Oh, he's only in a bath towel! Did something happen? His answer to that was really simple. Come to the kitchen as soon as you can. Right now, actually. Hurry. Go to fan service? Question mark. It was strange for Genji's voice to sound so nervous. However, the tone of his voice made me realize that something very strange must have happened. Genji's always in on it. You're about to be in a world of hurt. But what on earth could have happened? By the way, the kitchen, to me, was my fortress. If whatever happened there was due to my ineptitude, I would be held responsible. But how could I, of all people, mess something up in the kitchen? Anyway, I changed clothes once again and rushed to the kitchen. And then, I'll probably never forget what I saw there. This... What's the meaning of this? I want you to help me out here. It's too much for me to handle alone. Looking at this bizarre situation, I was surprised at how Genji-san's surprise was only expressed in the nervousness of his voice. Because he's in on it. Either way, my beloved kitchen that I had tidied up so well, it should have been in a perfect condition. So why is it like this? On the counter, the pots and bowls that I have polished until they shined were piled up like children's building blocks. And around it, the cookware, such as the ladles, were lined up radially. The impression it gave off at first could be described like that of a totem pole built out of cookware. Moreover, they were surrounded by thick, blood-like red paint in the shape of an eerie magical circle. Oh, spooky! Of course, shivers went up my spine. Wait, that's Gop. I just realized that that's Gop's symbol. They got teleported. And then, in my mind, the thorn from that time was revived. I was sure of it. This was the same thing that Kanon had experienced in the gardening storehouse.
Goda.
The other servants must not see this. Let's hurry up and clean. Right.
片付けましょう。
Let's clean.
誰がこんなことを。
Wait, no, who could have done such a thing? Literally anybody on the island. Even Genji. What a strange story. Today only Genji and I were on Rokinjima. I mean, where the fuck does Sayo have to go, right? So, they could still be here, or it's Genji. I would never do such an absurd thing. So this automatically makes Genji the culprit. But would he ever do something like this? Yes, if Sayo asked. What would he gain from such a prank? Does he just want to harass me? But Genji is cleaning too. Why would he make a mess and clean it on his own? Would he do something so pointless just to scare me? Yes, that's impossible. If I were to find a culprit for this grotesque prank with a magic circle, I can only think of the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
源氏さんはいつこれに気づいたんですか。
Genji, when did you notice this?
見回りが終わってシオニースに戻ろうとしたら厨房の扉が開けっぱなしになっているのに気づいてな。
When I finished my round and was about to return to the servants' room, I noticed that the door of the kitchen had been left open.
覗いたらこのざまだった。
I took a peek, and it was already in this state.
まさか泥棒？
Could it have been a burglar?
戸締まりは完全だった。
The mansion is perfectly locked.
それにこの六軒島に泥棒などわざわざ来るわけもない。
Besides, there's no way a burglar would go through the trouble of coming to Rokinjima.
じゃあ誰がこんなことを？
Then who could have done this?
それを詮索する必要はない。
There's no need to figure that
ゴー
out.
ダはとにかく鍋を片付ける。
Goda, you will wash the
私
dishes.
はこれを消す。
I'll erase the scribbles.
とにかくこの落書きを他の者の目に触れさせるわけにはいかない。
We should not allow them to reach the eyes of anyone else.
私カノンさんに聞いたんですが、前にも園芸倉庫でこんなことがあったとか。
Sorry, but I heard from Kanon that something similar to this happened before at the gardening storehouse.
こういうことはよくあるんですか？
So, does this kind of thing happen often? Perhaps I shouldn't have asked, even though his mouth and lips never stopped moving. Goda turned around and raised his head with a grim face.
カノンめ。
Kanon, huh?
あれほど口外してはならないと言った。
I told him to keep quiet about this too.
すみません。彼のことは叱らないでください。
Oh, I'm sorry. Please don't scold
私が
him.
無理に聞き出したんです。
I was the one who insisted.
それより教えてください。
Please, just tell
こう
me.
いうことは前にもよくあったんですか？
Did this kind of thing happen often before?
時にな。
It happens now and again.
よくあるいたずらだ。
These pranks aren't that rare.
いたずらって一体誰が？
Pranks, you say, but who
だ
could?
って今日は私と源氏さんしかいないんですよ。
After all, there's only the two of us here, right?
他に誰がいると言うんです？
Who could possibly be here except us?
もちろん私じゃない。じゃあ源氏さんがこれを？
Of course I didn't do this. Then did you do this,
そん
Genji?
なわけだってあるはずがない。
I don't understand.
じゃあこれはどういうことなんです？誰の仕業なんです？
What does it all mean? Who did this?
それを無理に考えようとしてはな
Don't
らない。
think about it.
ただ黙って片付けるのだ。
Just be silent and clean.
決して誰にも口外してはならないぞ。
Never tell of this to
親
anyone.
方様はもちろん、旦那様にも奥様にも、もちろんお嬢様にも。
Not to Master Kinzo, Master Kraus, not to Madame Natsuhi, and of course not to Milady either.
カノンは後で罰しておく。
Kanon shall be punished later.
二度と聞きませんから教えてください。
I won't say a word to anyone, so please answer me.
じゃあ源氏さんこれをベアトリーチェの仕業だというのですか？
Genji, do you think that Beatrice did this?
その名をむやみに口にするな。
Don't say her name so recklessly.
なぜです？
Why?
その名をむやみに、そして呼びつけにする使用人はなぜか長く持たないからだ。
The servants who do this don't last long here.
ゴーダの料理の腕は特に奥様が高く評価されている。
Goda, Madam highly values your cooking skill.
お前にやめられては困る。
It'd be troublesome if you had to quit. Ooh, kabuga booga booga. That sounded a little threatening. And at the same time, it seemed like he was basically admitting to this being the fault of Lady Beatrice. These strange cases, perhaps, were not limited by what happened at the gardening storehouse. And without any doubt, whenever this happens, it's covered up before the family can notice it.
二度とうかつには口にしませんから教えてください。
I won't speak her name carelessly
こ
again.
れはベアトリーチェ様の仕業なのですか？
So please tell me, was this done by Lady Beatrice?
私はそうだと思っている。
Most likely, yes.
過去の例ではより不可解な事件もあった。
The previous cases were even more incomprehensible,
明らかに人間には不可能な形。
and they were definitely impossible for a human.
それは
Like
ど
what?
のような？
夜回りをしていた若い使用人が黄金の蝶を見てその後を追った。
A young servant who was doing the night round saw a golden butterfly and went after
戸
it.
締まりがされた勝手口に行き着き見失い断念した。
Arriving at the closed back door, she lost sight of the butterfly and gave up.
確か黄金の蝶を見ても後を追ってはならないということになってましたね。
If I'm not mistaken, when you see a golden butterfly, you're not supposed to go after it, right?
うん。
Indeed.
そして後ろを振り返った時、
Then she turned around.
そこの壁にはこれと同じような魔法陣が壁いっぱいに描かれていた。
And the entire wall has been painted over by magic circles similar to this one.
じゃあその若い使用人が黄金の蝶を追って諦めて。
So that means that young servant followed after the golden butterfly, gave up,
振
and
り返ったらもうそこに描かれていたというのですか？
you're telling me that in the few seconds she wasn't
壁
looking,
に背を向けていたわずか数秒の間に
the entire wall was painted over. I'm just hearing Will going illusions to illusions in my head.
見過ご
The
すよう
story
な
of
壁
illusions
は
was always illusions. She couldn't have overlooked the wall either.
彼女は壁に最初何も描かれていなかったと強く証言している。
She strongly insisted that the wall had no drawings on it at first.
そして勝手口が施錠されているのを確認し引き返そうと振り返った。わずか数秒の間だったそうだ。
And she also said it happened in the few seconds it took her to check that the back door was locked and turn around.
まさかご冗談を。
No way, you're kidding
そ
me.
んなのその使用人たちの冗談では。
Couldn't it have been a joke?
連絡を受けて私もそれを消すのを手伝った。
She called me and I came to help her erase that.
複雑な文様だった。
The pattern was too complex.
わずか数秒で描けるものでは断じてない。
It certainly wasn't something you could draw in a few
そ
seconds.
して見過ごすことも断じてないだろう。
And it wasn't something you could possibly overlook either.
その使用人はその直後に高熱を出し入院して退職した。
Right after this, the servant was hospitalized with a high fever and had to retire. Ooh,
その後は
gabu,
京
gabu,
に
gabu.
帰ったらしい。
She returned to her hometown afterwards and never got in touch with any of us again.
そんなバカなことが。
Absurd.
それすらも高度ないたずらかもしれない。
No, perhaps even that was an advanced prank.
むしろその若い使用人がいたずらの犯人で、そういうことにしてみんなをからかったとか。
Perhaps the young servant did this to herself to make fun of everybody or something.
なるほど。そういう見方もできるかもしれない。
Yes, this is also a valid viewpoint.
もうおしゃべりはこれまでにし。
But I would like to stop talking about this now.
私は
After all,
絶対に人間では不可能なことを自らの身をもって体験している。
I myself had a first-hand experience with something that is definitely impossible for a human.
それは一体。
What? Genji stopped talking there. After a long pause, he chose to ignore me completely and resume cleaning. Genji, who was a very pragmatic person and very serious about his work, only kept silence when it came to Lady Beatrice. His silence told me that she exists. His silence told me that she exists better than a million words could. We finished the cleaning. Even if we told someone that a weird totem pole and magic circle were in the kitchen, nobody would ever believe it. Genji warned me once again not to speak of it to anyone. I tried to forcibly erase the events of that night from my mind with strong alcohol. Damn, poor Goda. Driven him to drink. A lot of time has passed, and I chose to conclude that it was a joke from someone with awful taste. But even nowadays, I get frightened sometimes. The first thing every morning for me is to go to the kitchen to make breakfast. At those times, I get frightened that my cookware would end up piled in a strange manner again. It's better if I forget about it. I want to help myself forget by writing it down here. At any rate, I hope I will never have to go through something like this again. Oh boy, poor Goda. And then he dies. Toshiroji. Toshiroji. My boy. Too bad, it's going to happen again in red. Too bad, Goda. LOL. Well, we did not get as far as I thought we would. These are generally long. Well, you know what that means. More Umineko Thursdays for you guys. So, say hooray, hooray. More Umineko Thursdays in the future for you guys. Let's see, we're through 7 of these. So, we're not even halfway through these. And then apparently there's like another episode and stuff, so, more Umineko Thursdays to come. Yay! Yes. I thought I was gonna have my after party next week, but the after party will have to wait and wait and wait as I keep doing these. Oh boy, George episode next. So... let's see. Who should I raid? Hayami Mae is on. Doing some arts and crafts. Oh, cool. Alright, gonna send the raid out. There we go. Alright. Have a good evening, guys. I want to be back with more Deltarune. Maybe Monday. Alright. See you guys later. Good night. More Umineko Thursdays are coming. Yay.